I'm Rita Conrad from the Center for Teaching and Learning, and my apologies right off the bat too, because you're not getting the best version of me. So I'm with you for the next 2 hours, but before we begin, on behalf of Summer Sessions, who's providing the food for us, and American Cultures, Douglas Parada was the one instrumental, and I want to say like the sole person really to put this together. We gave him our 2 cents, and then he made this all happen. So the great set of resources you're going to get today are all due to Doug, and we're very grateful to partner with AC, or follow their lead, if you will, for this teaching in summer. Last year we did offer something similar, but this year, really, the wealth of faculty have come out, instructors have come out. We're really happy that you chose to spend today with us. This morning we'll talk about the syllabus and motivation. Then in the afternoon there'll be sessions on B courses, accessibility, and the library resources that are available to you. So we've tried to jam everything into one day. And if you're an American Cultures instructor, from 3 to 4:30 there'll be a special session just for AC instructors. 3:30 to 4:30 there'll be a special session for AC instructors, or anybody who wants to know about being an AC instructor. Before I go on, I did want to recognize Margie Weld, who also wanted to stand up and say a couple of things. I didn't want to forget what she had to say as well.
Hi, I'm Margie Weld, and I'm sorry you're not going to get the best version. I'm a little tired. And I also apologize. I can only stay a bit today because, like all good college writing instructors, I have about 9,000 students writing papers who want to today. I did want to let you know 2 things. One, as part of the college writing programs, I run a summer ESL program, and we offer credit-bearing courses. And so if you're working with students who you think could use some extra support, we're happy to work with the students if they're willing to sign up for some additional classes. Oftentimes you'll note that students will come into summer, international students especially, and they'll sign up for like 12 classes, right? And then they realize that the super intensive classes in the summer are very hard, even for non-international students, etc. So also, I'm going to leave my cards as well. I only brought 15, so I'll just write my email somewhere. I'll maybe get a huddle board or something. Because if you have questions, you want to come talk to us about how to better support some of the non-native speakers or multilingual students in your sections, we're happy to talk to you about that, because I know that there's a big population this summer. And then one more thing, just because I have to, if you didn't get caught by somebody as you were walking in, outside today, the UC-AFT union representatives are wanting to talk to everybody, because one of the big negotiation points for our next open negotiations is to try to get service credit for summer, right? So if that's something that you want to learn more about, talk to me or talk to anybody outside or take a membership program. Thanks. So I don't know, I'll just give my cards out until they're gone, and then I'll put my email up if anybody wants to start.
The other important thing is I want you to have my card. The Center for Teaching and Learning serves all instructors. So what we do is we meet with you. We are free of charge. We can talk individually about the design of your course. And so please call us. Please email us. We are here to support you in whatever you might need and find you resources and refer you to other resources that you might need. So, okay. The first thing on the agenda, before we get into the syllabus itself, is for you to consider who you are as an instructor. This is a good time to just take stock of where you are and what your philosophies are before you begin designing or teaching an accelerated course. So this is the second slide on your handout. I'd like you to take a moment and determine where you are with each of these things. Which theory do you most identify with? Are you a behaviorist, a cognitivist, a constructivist, or connectivist based on these categories? Sometimes it's good to know what camp we're in, because then that helps us feel more comfortable with where we think we're gravitating to. Sometimes behaviorists feel much more comfortable lecturing. Everybody else, the cognitivists are also somewhat comfortable lecturing and may not focus as much on active learning. But the constructivists, connectivists I'd probably go to active learning strategies first before they even consider something more delivering. But wherever you are, it's important that you do know where you fall on the continuum of centeredness. Are you leaning more towards the instructor-centered or learner-centered strategies? And I'm going to encourage you to look at those learner-centered strategies and focus as much as you can on that column and move away from the instructor-centered. It's hard to do in an accelerated course because it's so quick and students are constantly saying, well, what next, what next? And to have those more active learning strategies can be difficult, but it's very, very important. And I think for many instructors, you feel like active learning, getting them engaged, takes so much more time, but really that's the better way, the better way for memory to kick in, and that's the way learners are going to remember what happens in that accelerated session. Otherwise, it's just going to be a blur, much like perhaps today will be for you until you go back and do the materials. And before we get to the syllabus itself, though, it's important to consider what will be the outcomes of this course that you're going to be teaching. So on the back of I think there's one blank page on the back of your slide handout, yes? Right. On that back page, I want you to think about how your students will be changed by the course you're about to teach this summer. How will they be different from the student who enters that room on the first day of the semester, the first day of summer sessions? What will you want them to have acquired as far as a new body of knowledge or skills? I'd like you to write that vision of your student who leaves the room on that last day of class. Okay, fabulous. Now you've put into action and you've actually committed to that vision. Because so often, if I would just have you write that down, you'd go, okay, that's who I think the vision is. But once you've told it to somebody else, that makes it more concrete, and you're now more committed to making sure that that's the student who leads your classroom. So this little sheet now that you have in front of us is taking that vision and putting it into learning outcomes and starting to map the course. So many times we turn immediately to the syllabus and begin mapping out the syllabus without doing these introductory type of things. And what happens is we get lost in what we think our schedule for the semester should be. And in an accelerated class, that's even more daunting because you're thinking, I got to do this fast. I got to cram all this in. I don't get all, and you get so caught up in that, you forget who the student's going to be. You forget what the ultimate goal is going to be of the course, and you have a miserable summer. So this now, I'd like you to look at this. And in the very first column, by the end of this course, the student will be able to, or will be, whatever, and I'd like you to break what you now have as your vision into those, what we call outcomes, but you can call them whatever you want. You can call them your vision phrases or whatever. I want you to break your vision up into those outcomes. So this is by no means all that you'll do with your learning outcomes. You probably have a good start on it, but again, you're going to leave this session, the vision I have of you leaving this session is that you'll have enough things to continue thinking through as you continue planning your course. But I do want you to spend the next 5 minutes now with what you have written as learning outcomes or that vision of the end learner, completing at least as much as you can, perhaps for one of these outcomes. If you, this is a very, this is more of a behaviorist, cognitivist objective, but if by the end of this course, I wanted my students to be able to examine trends that provide the context for teaching and learning with technology, I would assess that by the class discussions that we have in their participation and their final project. And I'd have particular topics by week where they'd learn it as a result of these topics. And those topics aren't necessarily sequential. They could be all over the pieces because part of this is their final project. And then processed and practiced in class discussions and reflections. So as you think of just one of your outcomes, the very first of those outcomes, I'd like you to at least complete one of these rows. How will you assess it? What are some basic topics you might have? And again, I know you're thinking without all your materials near you, so there's specific things, but just jot some notes down so that when you leave here, you can take this and then fill it in more concretely. So 5 minutes on that. Oh, and in your handout also, when people are writing learning outcomes, they usually refer to Bloom's taxonomy and the verbs that are within Bloom's taxonomy based upon the level of learning that they want. For instance, remembering is a lower level, so things like define, list, memorize. Understanding is another level where instead of using the verb understanding in that outcome, because you're going to share these outcomes with students, we're going to get to that. You want something more concrete like classify, describe, discuss, and so on and so forth. So if you are at the very highest levels of evaluating and creating that's what your students need to be able to do when they leave the course, then you'll choose those appropriate verbs for those outcomes. So you actually could take the very first column with your vision, bless you, and maybe tweak it a little with some of those verbs later. Before I go further, this book is a really nice one to have. Teaching Intensive and Accelerated Courses, Instruction that Motivates Learning. It's from 2010, but it's still a good book. And particularly if you're relatively new to teaching accelerated summer session courses, it's by Velikovsky and Ginsburg. And feel free after we're done to come up and look at it. But you'll get one handout from here that's like an overview, but I recommend that. These two books, if you're wondering how to do active learning, collaborative learning, engaged learning, all the let's learn together kind of strategies, Barkley writes great books. Collaborative Learning Techniques by Barkley, Major and Cross, and Student Engagement Techniques by Barkley. And both of them are well worth having. I'm looking for an idea, I want them to do this, how do I do this? And one of these versions, she actually talks about, this is the way you do this activity face-to-face, this is how you do this activity online, this is how you do the activity if you're teaching a hybrid class. So again, in an intensive course, you may choose to take some of the activities and put them online. And this is how you could do that, some of the processing activities. So again, these will be up here for you to take a look at as you go. Okay, so that's, I want to make sure. So, in a moment. So, whether or not they're learning faster while you're trying to teach faster, it all depends upon motivation. And some people need more than others. So maybe that final exam shark that's chasing them, whatever's chasing them, they may be their motivation. And there's key things about motivation that we all know. There's internal motivation, there's external motivation. There's this idea of a growth mindset where students know it's the effort that they put in, not how smart they are, because so often, particularly at Berkeley, uber intelligent students think, oh, in high school I hardly had to study at all. Well, guess what? That was nice then, but it's not going to work now. So, but it is if you try, really, I'm going to give you enough chances to be successful. And that is a good hint for us as well, that it's not a midterm and a final, and that's all you've got to demonstrate, that there are other ways to learn points. And that explains why some succeed and others don't. And in that growth mindset, you want small, low stakes assessments at the beginning, so that students can get the idea of, oh, I did well on that. Okay, maybe I can get this. And, oh, I didn't do well on that. Oh, I better do those readings. So that they start getting in the pattern of, this is how I'm going to be successful in this class. They start focusing on what they need to do to learn in the class. So, from Velikovsky and Ginsburg, they have 4 major camps of strategies that motivate learning. And those are, the first one is to establish inclusion, which we've done a really good job discussing. Oh, the back rows may get angry with me, but yes, send them all back, because the back row didn't get it. Creating a learning atmosphere in which everyone feels respected and connected. And David and I were having an interesting conversation of, how do you do this if you've got a large class. So what's the largest class you know you're going to be teaching? How many are going to be teaching more than 30? More than 40? More than 50? More than 60? More than 70? Yes, and the winner is?
110.
110. Okay. This is the beginning of how you teach 110 so that people feel connected and respected. And how you do that, we were talking about, it becomes like city management. I always, and actually, Charlotte, I should have you say how you do it because you do it very well in your classes.
Thank you. Which part?
City planning.
I try to learn at least 40 names, and then students think that I'm knowing all the names because I get that in the evaluation. She knows all the students' names. Anyway, that's one thing for tricking them out. And what else do I do? We do, I do a lot of the active learning things like tell your partner something and then that person explains, especially the summer classes, that it's a lot of first time at Berkeley, so there's a lot of things in the summer class I find are really necessary, especially at the beginning when, and I throw a lot of softball questions out, especially those first couple of weeks to get people to talk. But what are you asking me specifically?
Well, just about how to make that community, because this is where it begins, feeling like we're all one.
Yeah, a lot of little group
Yeah.
kind of things that, within the first week.
And if you can do that in 110, you can do that in,
I used to have black hair 2 weeks ago.
This table is a summary of strategies that can be used for each of these four. Establishing inclusion, developing attitude, a favorable disposition toward learning through personal relevance and learner volition. It's the what part of me is in what I'm learning. And granted, you set that model and you draw it out for them, but providing space where they're able to be a part and share experiences is part of developing the attitude towards the content. This idea of enhancing meaning by creating engaging and challenging learning experiences that include their perspectives and value. Again, that idea of we're all in this together. I want to hear from everybody. I don't have all the answers. I gave this up long ago as an instructor that there were just going to be things I don't know, and if all of us don't know it, then somebody needs to go find it, and that's what we do. Somebody from the community goes and finds it. And engendering competence, where you're effectively learning something they value and perceive as authentic to their real world. So where might that come from? Something that they value and perceive as authentic to their real world. Besides feedback and assessment, this is set in what we focused on in the first part. Pardon? And the learning objectives. And what was the first part? The vision and the learning objectives, to keep bringing them back to it. And at one point saying, so what does this mean to you? Because this is who I envision leaving the class. How do you envision leaving the class? What do you think is worthwhile here? And sometimes in an accelerated session, when you absolutely cannot get through everything. I mean, there is no way humanly possible that you're going to be able to teach absolutely everything as in a regular semester. Those are the things you want to get to are what's authentic, what has meaning to you, what will you remember from this class? Because I can pour on a whole bunch of content and you remember this, or I can pull back on the content, focus on the things that are meaningful, and you'll leave with this. So it's do I gloss over a lot of things, or do I bring depth to the things that are really meaningful and worthwhile? So that's what this is all about, and there's all these little strategies, and if you buy the book, and I get no royalties from that book, I'm not involved in it anyway, but there are activities in that book that relate to each one of these. So that's why I like having that book. Yeah, that's this handout. So one of the ways that I'll call out for some of these strategies, this warm personal introduction to the course. Again, steering the focus towards the why brings these four areas together. Why would anyone want to study this? If you can tell them that, you'll get their interest. Why this area of study could change the world for the better. why you will be more capable after you complete this. How will you be a better engineer, a better scientist, a better writer, a better humanitarian? And that social relatedness, that getting to know your activity. Now, granted, I didn't do one of the icebreakers that I love to do, in class. But here, it was a talk to each other. At least you get to know your little community on either side of you. So if, again, you're teaching a large class and you don't have time to do a huge icebreaker, and you're teaching in an accelerated class and you're thinking, I got to get to that content, this is a nice way to do it. Just those little moments where you talk to somebody else and you get to know somebody else. So maybe in next class you'll say, oh, hi. You know, you find those connections. And the other thing is that at the other end of the course, if you can have the learners involved in the course wrap-up. So often we're doing the ones during the review. If you, again, have a large course, or even if you have a small course, if some of the learning community can come up and they do the review. This is what was important to me about this course. Now you know you've got something. They're remembering, you're not telling them this is what you should remember. Although you can add that, because of course there's going to be things that you're going to ask them or look for in their final projects. But, you know, if it can be, again, student-led, student-driven, student-focused, even in a short course. Handout number 2. So, this idea of nurturing self-regulated learning. Because in an accelerated course, they're going to have to keep track of what's happening a lot. They're going to have to keep their schedules. They're going to have to manage this. And perhaps in a semester, when they have more time to do this, they might not regulate as well or as much. So this is another thing to talk about in class and draw attention that this is going to be really this is going to be really challenging. Last summer, I had a student who was constantly sick, constantly late with all the with everything. And so I teach an online course, and I don't see them face to face, except at specific times in the course where I have project meetings and I get to know them then. So but I said to her, I said, we need to have a Zoom session because I'd really like to talk to you. And so she got on, she's really very sick, just, gosh, poor student. And I said, so what's going on? What's happening? And she goes, well, I'm taking 5 classes. 5, maybe you all don't flinch at this, but 5 accelerated classes, 5 summer sessions classes. And this is when we started talking about my, time management. I said, okay, so first of all, you're not going to get everything done, but I said I need you at least to get enough done to make this level in this class. I mean, this may not be the most important thing you're taking. If this compared to thermonuclear physics, okay, I get it. I'm not the most important one in the room. But if you want this grade, this is where you got to go figure out, let's figure out how you're going to get there. But 5 classes, I can't even 3, all right, for 2, I think are humanly possible. 3 is okay. But 5, I guess only at Berkeley, but that's what we're talking about with time management. That if indeed they're attempting this to get all their requirements out of the way in summer sessions, they better map really closely. Also, in self-regulated learning, if you have rubrics for assignments and grading rubrics, because those things are checklists for them. This is what I've got to show in this assignment. This is what I've got to demonstrate. This is the level I have to meet. Those rubrics are as much for them as it is for your grad students to help you grade, for you to grade. I mean, it's the communication of this is what you need to do. And getting back to that growth mindset yet again, this idea that you have frequent small stake assignments so that in some cases, if they can repeat it, that's great. Although in summer sessions, that's tough because then that falls on you to grade things 2 and 3 times. So that may not be possible in this environment. But if for semester teaching, that's something to consider. So multiple essay drafts, sending the message that sustained effort is valued and rewarded. They keep trying at this. These are the things you did really well. These are the things you need to focus on to keep working on. to provide that kind of feedback, specific things about their work, not just, oh, that was good. And I know, because I do it, I'm really in a hurry, and I do want to say something positive, and so I say that, but I need to expand. This is why this was good. This is why I want you to continue doing this. So even if you've got multiple assignments, and I think particularly about college writing, multiple assignments, maybe even stratifying those assignments in some way so that you give a lot of feedback on the first one. Maybe, you're pulling back saying, see assignment 1, comment 2, because you're still doing that. And then, trying to pull back, hopefully, that they are need less and less feedback to get this thing where you need it to be. So, in addition to learning faster, we need their attention. And let me just go through this slide and then get to the one where this really relates. So the key things about attention is that it's the foundation for everything else. Duh. If I don't have your attention, it's a tree falls in the woods. If I don't have your attention, it never fell. And it shifts both voluntarily and involuntarily. My husband and I call this the squirrel complex. We'll be talking, and then one of us will drift off and the other one will go, squirrel? I lost you, because you're looking out the window at something. But involuntarily, for instance, we're driving along, we're focusing, somebody steps off the curve, involuntarily, our attention goes to them. How I get in so many rear-end accidents. My attention shifted, the guy behind me didn't. So, and it's limited. This is the thing about multitasking. This is the main thing students need to understand. We only have so much attention that we can provide at any one time. And if our attention limitation is exceeded, we're not hearing it anymore. No matter how much motivation we have, it won't stick. Visual processing is also very important, which is why, things like PowerPoint or video or things, but things that are visually interesting. I wouldn't call this visually interesting. But, that's why they say on PowerPoints that you move away from things like this and you provide pictures and graphics and things that they'll remember the picture and then they'll say, oh yeah, I think she said something about, yeah, wasn't it that? So they'll remember the picture that'll cue their memory. And if it's not focused, we may process material at some level. We'll get it into the working memory, but we'll never remember it for the long term. And all of us have been in that same place where we've taken a lot of courses, and a year later, we thought about that course and thought, I remember the title of that, but I don't remember exactly what I was supposed to get out of that. And that's why. It never made it into the long term. So, to maximize attention, asking learners to respond. That brings back. If I've been talking for too long, I can begin to see it. I'm beginning to see it right now. But that's true. It's about 15 or 20 minutes, and then the attention is, I got to shift it to something else. So you weave questions throughout, and short segments, asking students to share. Those are all important. If you can do simulations and games, that's great too. I don't know how many can do that in a summer session. And this is why discouraging divided attention is so important. Many students think we're just being mean when we say, put away your laptops, put away your phones, but really it is that divided attention. And if you can tell them that there's research that says divided attention takes away from what they're going to remember, maybe that'll work. But, I'm sorry?
It's, sometimes when you're like, research shows,
Yeah.
then that's when the door
There
closes.
closes. But they didn't ask me, so it can't be my research, right? Yeah.
Can I
I'm not in, yes, I'm sorry.
comment on that one? What I show on the first day, because I have a no screen policy, despite the fact that I'm multitasking back here, sorry. I'm actually not multitasking. I have to do this, and then I'm paying attention to you, and then I have to do this.
Yeah.
Because I'm with that you can't do both.
Yeah.
But I'm mostly listening to you. But anyway, I have the first day I have an article and I show that, and then I have where I sat in the back one day where my co-instructor was up with the PowerPoint. I was sitting behind a student that was doing Vine, and the screen's going like this, and you see the PowerPoint in front, him speaking, and then the student like looking at her Vine thing, it's like pictures floating back, right? And so I tell the students, this is why, it's blame her, not me. That's why we have this.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to share either the video or the journal articles with
Oh,
anybody
good.
that
Yeah,
wants to.
and again, send those to Doug so that he can
Okay.
send out research.
And building on that, a lot of times I talk about, I understand you might think you're capable of that, but your peers sitting next to you and they see that and they're distracted, that's like unfair to them, right?
Yeah.
They may not be, and so they put their laptop away, and now you have this thing that's distracting them, and so we're all gonna be equal playing
Yeah.
field. So that's, I find that to be helpful, because I'm like, oh, well, okay, fine.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know,
Right.
what distracts everybody in the class. Then I've heard other
And it
professors.
takes the onus off of them being like, oh, but I can, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And the other thing is I've had the instructors say, okay, first 2 rows, if you want your laptops open, great, and and I'm gonna be walking these
Yeah.
2 rows kind of thing. But yeah, I think I really think it's an all or nothing, and saying that
I mean,
not everybody has.
The studies show it, it's
Oh,
all
yeah.
or nothing, it's one at a time.
Yeah.
You,
Well, you just saw me. I went to switch my attention to what was the next handout. And I completely lost my train of thought. So, yeah, it is. It's one or the other. And your learning activities work smoothly because they can't do this and talk to their neighbor and do the worksheet I just gave them. So there's more frustrations and more of these waiting for the instructor. The smoother the activity is, the more likely you are to keep their attention and keep them rolling with it. So, attending class. They can't pay attention if they're not there. And so this is a little copy of a little blog I wrote in 2017. This was in response to one of the schools on campus saying, we don't want to take attendance anymore. What do we do instead? So this blog was about, do we really have to take attendance? And what it focuses on, let's see, I think I need one of these. What this focuses on is, number one, helping students understand the importance of attendance. And there are various resources here that you can point to your students saying, if you're not here, this is how it impacts what happens to your grade. Tip number 2 is you really need to make class worth attending. So if it's just you talking and it's not value added in some way, if they can just get the slides and say, okay, I understood what was said, and you haven't done anything that helps them process what was said, then they're like, why do I need to come to class? So, and I apologize, part of this cut off, but this is on our site, teaching.berkeley.edu, under blogs. But the idea that you ask them at the beginning of the class, this is what I know, and telling you one thing they already understand about the content before you jump into it, so that they get the feeling that you're not going to cover everything that was there, but you're going to cover the key points that people don't know. And if they're not there to hear what other people know and learn from them, then they're going to miss out on some things. They can ask questions of you, things of, these are the things from the reading, I didn't get it, why did you make us read that? Stump the expert. And then at the end of class, doing some kind of graphic organizer where they're doing content maps and linking things together. This is what we learned as a result of this class, and being able to take that document, and that's meaningful for memory and getting them to move forward. So just a little thing on, should we take attendance? Must we take attendance? Why are we taking attendance? So in addition to motivation and attention, the thing I always say my buffers are full and my memory, I'm learning faster, but I have to get it into my memory and make it stick. So why do you remember something, you think? Think about something that really, from way back, you still remember. Why do you remember it?
Emotional connections.
Emotional connections, that's one, yeah. Why else? Yes.
It felt like something I could actually use.
It's something you could use, yeah, it has meaning. Those are the 2 major reasons. They say that if something is incredibly painful to you, that stays in your memory a long, long time. It's like, oh, well, great, I'm gonna do that in class. Make it really painful. So that's perhaps that's part of the research I don't want to share. But you know, if it's meaningful to you, that's the thing I want them to remember. So this is linked to attention, working memories overtaxed. If we make things disconnected, if we talk about this topic over here and then we go always talk about this topic and we don't connect things together. Remember in the first session I said, okay, I started you off in a place where you probably were going, I don't know where she's going with this. Or my colleague here was saying, well, maybe you're going this direction. It's like, yes, I am. Thank you for picking that up. But reminding them, this is why we did this. Going back to the learning app, this is why we did this and this and this. And now all those things are going to roll into this so that you do have those working connections. There's new research out that says it used to be 5 plus or minus 2. So it was anywhere from 3 to 7 things we could remember at one time. Well, now research is saying, maybe it's only 4. So that's why our students haven't been remembering things, because we've been planning for the wrong number. But it doesn't matter how many bullets there are on a slide if it's a coherent structure that leads them somewhere. And that goes straight in long-term memory. This was something, last year I keep reading How the Brain Works kind of books, because I can read all I want, but there's still something new. Long-term memory isn't about what you've got stored, it's about how you can retrieve it. So that's why when we talked about that visual, having pictures, because you remember the picture, you can draw the picture, and then you draw everything out that is linked to the picture. So that's the point about, it's not how much you stuff the content into the brain, it's how are you going to get that out? What's going to be the trigger that's going to make you remember that, I do know that. Oh, I did hear that. So remembering how, helping students understand how they're going to retrieve that. So information with all the sensory, this is why having students do something, having something see something, that's what they're going to remember. As soon as they've done something with what you're talking about, then it's better remembered and more easily recalled and tied to the why. I'll remember it because I remember the why. What's the meaning for me? So those are things to consider as you're maximizing memory. As you're planning your course and you're wondering, how much of this am I going to teach in an accelerated session? Key concepts only. Ruthless prioritization. You will not teach everything you teach during a semester. And you're going to have to figure out, if I give them this, and then I give them handouts, or I give them links or something, then they'll review this later and it'll enrich what I told them. But the key concepts have got to be there, and they've got to have done something with those key concepts in order for it to work its way into memory. And this idea of frequent tests and test-like activities is retrieval practice. And getting students to understand that. Anybody master that yet? Saying, oh, this is good for you. You'll practice retrieval? No. So I think that's one of those, they have to see it to believe it or experience it. And maybe you remember that because you took that in quiz 3. I don't know. I do not have an answer for that. So if anybody here has an answer, please send it to me, because I don't know how to get that, except to say, the more you practice, the better you know. The more you retrieve, the more you know. This idea of testing as studying. That instead of sitting down and cramming all those concepts and notes back into their brain, if they take repeated tests and give themselves repeated tests, that's studying. That's retrieval. Can they retrieve it, not just cram it in? Yes. Yes.
I've taken language courses where they did that a lot.
Yes.
And I found it very offensive personally.
Really? Okay, tell me why.
Because it took out my own the chance for me to actually decide how I study myself.
Okay.
Because I was just performing from within their structure without being able to apply actually my own skills in how I learn language.
Okay.
So I just wanted to put that out there.
I'm glad you said that. So, and this is a prime example of leaving space for a student to say, this isn't working for me, but I'm willing to do, this is how I'm going to. So just to help me, what were your strategies that you would have preferred to use? Because maybe that's something we all have.
Well, some are very specific to
To the
this particular
language.
course. By the time I started learning this language, I'd already learned I've already spent learned 10 languages. And many of them, I've learned them paying a lot of attention to grammar and grammatical linguistic explanations. This course was designed really for undergrads and for American undergrads, apologies.
No.
And just cramming it in as if we're babies.
Yeah.
And not giving any linguistic explanation. So I just go play. I want to know. Is this an adverb? Is this a verb? What are these? Why is this working? And why is this different from another language? Because those are the tricks that help me remember it.
Yeah. You were
Whereas for
building
them-
a concept map or a
Exactly.
mapping in your brain of this is how it's like Russian, this is how it's like German, this is how they treat it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And
And you're right,
and
you
I
don't.
understand for the other students that was different, but because we were
Yeah.
all working, test. I had
Yeah.
I couldn't sit back and just go.
Yeah. So for you, it would have been great if the instructor had said, "What's the learning outcome you want?" And one of the learning outcomes you want is, "I want to understand how this connects with the other languages I already know," and then being able to say, "And I, as a student, will demonstrate it to you in this way. I'll write a paper instead of taking all these grammatical tests or these, flashcard tests." Because I can imagine that as an American student learning a language, we think it's the only one we need to learn. We only need to learn one more, right? So it's flashcards and cramming it in. And for you, it's no, this is a global viewpoint, and I want the connections.
Right. Well, the other part of that is that just my ability to have agency over how I learn,
Yes.
rather than someone else taking me by the hand,
Yeah.
kindergartens.
That is a very good point. And that's where the fine line is here, that we not treat learners like, that's a good awareness statement for me. To not lead them so much that they become dependent on it, and rather use it to just at the beginning to build confidence and then to back away from it. And then, thank you for raising that point, because that is a good awareness, particularly in an accelerated course where learners come into it and go, "I've got specific goals. This means nothing to me the way you're assessing me. This means something to me." And being able to say, "Okay, I can go with that," as an instructor. So there's a flexibility for us that we need to be aware of too. So thank you. Anything else that you all want to add or that you do to maximize memory for students? Because the last one is this deep processing activities. Yes.
Something for me, and I guess just because of my own experience since childhood, is I'm very fidgety. I need to move a lot, kind of. And I recognize that to a student, so I try, and it's easier because I teach public speaking and I'm a theater acting based background.
Yeah.
And so, but I really try and have the students not sit in one chair for extended long periods of time,
Yes.
but even create opportunities for just like letting people be kinetic.
Yes. And that in a summer sessions course, in a face-to-face summer sessions course, is going to be key, because someone also asked that question on their registration form. Tell me how I'm going to pace this. How am I going to break it up? And that's it. And so how often do you have students get up?
I try and, because I know my own needs, I remember seeing that on my report cards since I was a kid, can't sit still, So I try and, if I can, like at least every half hour or so.
Great.
Which might seem often to other people, but sometimes there's little ways you can do that and still keep a flow going.
Yeah. Yeah, because,
So-
or if you can, maybe present concepts for 15 or 20 minutes,
Yeah.
and then have an activity and say, hey, if you want to get up and move around, if you want to go do the activity out in the hall, you give them that 15 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever to say, this is when you move, this is when you talk,
Yeah.
this is, and you're right, you need that. For some students, they may not need the permission, but it soothes things over to say, I don't care if you get up, walk around, leave, just come back, or, thank you for raising that. Yes.
I provide my students with vision toys in class.
Yes.
So I always have the buckets.
Yes.
And they're welcome to take something out of the bucket as they walk in.
That's cool.
And sometimes it's just like a squishy ball,
Yep.
or you can get Play-Doh for like 50 cents, like all kinds of different things. And then people just know to return it. And I let them know, like, this is what we have for the whole semester. So if you keep this stuff, like, you're gonna be able to use it in class.
Yeah.
But
And don't throw it at me when you don't like something I just said. I don't want any, yeah, but I love that idea too, because there's time, I mean, I wish they had that at meetings sometimes.
I think that's also the screen thing too, because a lot of things people are used to is
Yeah,
like
they just-
addressing things, and they may not be like right hand
Yes.
note right takers,
Yes.
so when they have something they can like play with their hands, that helps with the fact that they're less likely to grab their phone.
Yes.
And have something tactile they're touching.
That's a great point, because I've had other instructors say to me, you know, when I ban the phones, that this particular instructor said, I can actually start to see their anxiety
Yeah.
rising, like what's
They're
happening
so
on my.
used to grabbing something
Yeah.
now that can, I find, and
That's a
help
great
that.
idea. Okay, I may do that. For those of you who are in classes of 100 and plus, maybe not, but you know, but you can leave it as an option.
There's a lot of cheap things, like, I don't know what they're called, but like the, wire. ones
Oh,
that
like
are
the
called
things that you-
Furry.
The
You get a
pipe
pipe
cleaners.
cleaner. Pipe cleaner.
Oh,
You have to
and you
like
can
100
twist
pipe
them.
cleaners for $3.
Oh,
like,
cool.
So in the larger, because I teach one class of 80 students, so in those larger classes, I just have a much cheaper way to do it.
Yeah, that's a great, yeah, that's a good one.
Can I just add on to it?
Yes,
With please. Recently, just like, because I remember hearing a couple years ago that they actually did studies, and I think it was specifically around crocheting and knitting, and that doing that kind of kinetic thing with your hands actually helps the memory.
Yeah.
I used to like get pissed off at my husband when he'd be like doodling all the time. I'd go, he's not paying attention, and they actually found that actually helps. So thank you for that idea to encourage it through providing materials.
yes.
Thanks.
So coming from like a social work background and sort of that practitioner and student.
And can you hear? Okay, sorry. I'm gonna stand back here. Talk to me back here.
Some of the things that teaching styles that I've been exposed to that I hope to emulate, that I appreciate, that sort of come into that clinical lens of as far as modeling certain things. So like actually having professors that will pause and modeling that and taking a deep breath when you realize everybody's getting tired, no one's really breathing, and taking a pause even to have a sip of water or something like that, as opposed to suggesting that the class does it, but just modeling it. And sometimes that's a helpful reminder.
That's a good reminder too. I know I have I really have a challenge with that, because I get going and then I keep thinking, oh, I'll just push through this, and then, you know, then I'll take a break, or, you know, or the whole class will take a break. Yeah, I need to just, in fact, yes.
Just kind of what you said, I often have students for whom English is not their first language, and trying to process the interpretation is hard, so sometimes I'll take a minute of silence usually I try to do it, depends on how long the class is, how many people and what we have to get through, but 20 minutes to half an hour, it just seems like it helps everyone, but it helps them in particular with the translation.
Totally. And actually on that point, when I am code switching a lot back and forth between Spanish and English, I learned the hard way to actually be transparent up front and say sometimes when I'm searching for the right words or I'm going back and forth, I look up. Because I once had clients where they said, you keep getting mad at us, you keep getting frustrated with us. Because they were reading me as eye rolling when I was searching for what I was trying to say. And so now, when I know that there's a risk of me doing that, I just put it out there ahead of time and say like, this has just been working. And so that way they don't feel like there is that perception of frustration. And then giving that space for students when they're trying to work that out.
Yeah, and I have that same habit, and I don't explain it, but I'll look off like to the corner of the room and think, and I'll think, oh, they think I've left, you know. Yeah, important. What we're talking about is the more we tell, the more we're real, the more our students will be real. And
So I have some of the things where I tend to get really caught up with what I'm talking about, excited, and then I just feel myself going faster and faster and faster
Yes.
and not giving that space to breathe. So one trick I've done besides water is I purposely don't put names and stuff on PowerPoint, so I have to stop and write that on the board. And it forces me to stop and like write that down, and then that gives everyone a second to breathe. And I go, oh, are there questions now too while I stop? And so it forces a
That's
break
good.
what's not natural for me.
yeah,
So like if you're looking for tactics to kind of do that, and usually students think that I'm not prepared, but it's a good like way, and if that's what they think, fine, but it's working to give them a break, right?
yeah, that is a good.
Because the water thing doesn't work as well for me personally.
Yes.
Just to sort of riff on that a little bit, I found it really effective to reserve the PowerPoint for images.
Yeah.
And just anything that's text goes on the board.
Yeah.
It's just a nice rule that you can set for yourself in class prep, and it does provide that extra space at the same time.
Yeah, that is, and then when students say, "Oh, can I have your PowerPoint?" It's like, "Sure."
That's also.
Come to class and find out what that picture really means. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have to say that for me, my PowerPoint is to remind me what it is I'm supposed to say next. And that's really, PowerPoint was not intended to be an educational or instructional tool. It was a business tool for charts and graphs, for pictures. But, we've turned it into this, and now most of us use it, well, I'm not gonna say most of us. I tend to use it for an outline of my lecture, and that's not, but as I get older, I need my PowerPoint. But what I've learned to do is, so then I have my PowerPoint notes and that, I do more pictures.
And it's hard in a lot of teaching spaces. I mean, this room has no blackboard.
Yeah.
In a lot of
Yeah.
our rooms, the screen goes over the blackboard.
Right, right.
That's true.
One or the other.
Then you're pausing things and bringing it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's that too. You gotta know your space and what you can.
So we actually, the room that I am teaching in, we managed to get a screen installed on the side. So the PowerPoint is not the focus of attention. So we can show images there and still have the blackboard. But I mean, you gotta work with your department.
Yeah, and you gotta work with the room, because all rooms are not listening. Very, very true. Anything else?
Like
That's
to help,
true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bullhorn is handy.
Yeah. Yeah. I yell really loud. I use my mother and my mother voice when my son is at the end of the block. Get back here!
In your opinion, for a 4-hour
But that's not good.
class, 4-hour class, in your
Yes.
opinion, how long should that break be?
I heard once, and I don't have a citation for this or anything, but I heard once that the military made sure that they had 10-minute breaks every single hour, so that they would have, and you see this on a lot, I think it's that way on our campus too, where it's 50-minute classes and then it's a 10-minute break. And that's why. So that it's so, or if you can at least every hour have 5 minutes where it's get up, move around, go get a glass of water, but come back. So I think every hour you need, and within that hour, have an in-class activity as well. If you've got 4 hours, you need 4, and it could be really quick. Oh, and I gave you that handout on self-regulated learning. Look at that handout, because in the handout it talks about more active lectures. And it really is about, how do I break this up? The pair shares that we did at the beginning. That you just turn to your partner and what did you just learn? Write down the top 3 things you just learned. You can combine this idea of a break, a physical break, and a mental note where you're, make sure you've got this.
There's pros and cons to it.
Yeah.
But sometimes I use brain breaks, and so they're more structured breaks. And so you might have some kind of activity where it's like, okay, everybody stand up, or put your hands in the air, like wave from side to side. And so you're having them move and like kind of reset their mind, or have them spell out cow with their body or whatever. And then that way you use 5 minutes, and then you kind of come back and reset. The con, of course, of that is like, one, ability and being mindful of that, and limitations around that.
Yeah.
And then 2, that sometimes people just want to check out for 5 minutes. And so again, like allowing that opt-in, opt-out kind of situation.
Getting back to that instructor I was talking about earlier, who said her students you could see the anxiety raised, she would have 5-minute phone checks, so that they could take out their phones, and for 5 minutes they could check their phones. So the brain break, or but finding the right combination of those things. I mean, in 4 hours, maybe having one physical break, and a couple
4 hours.
brain breaks, and it gets back to that flow that you need the class to be in. And so for you, and for how many of you are teaching 4 hours like that? Okay, so tricks that you have, or
the breaks,
okay,
and being very physical and just shaking it up. And me being flexible to everything, the temperature outside, temperature inside.
Summer can be brutal.
Everything.
Yeah.
Was it a long weekend and people are coming back?
Yeah.
And then just being able to go, I was going to cover A, B, and C. I think we're going to do A, B, and now we're doing charades.
Yeah. If you can find another way to get to the content, that's a fun way to do it. Yeah, that's
Charades.
the charades are, act this out. Yeah. but it is key. You're gonna have to map out what a day looks like, those 4 hours. I mean, you saw what I do for my 8-week class, where I've got the 8 weeks mapped out, but then within each one, I have the luxury of, they put in their own breaks because it's not a face-to-face class or an in-person class. But for you, you're gonna need to say, this is what a class is gonna look like. I'm gonna talk for 20 minutes, have an activity for 20 minutes, and then fill that in for every single day. How often,
Oh, it's Monday through Friday, 9 to 12.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
and is how many weeks? 6.
No, it's more than, I think it's July 8th to August 16th. It says 6?
Yeah.
And then
I'm teaching the same course, it's the afternoon version.
Oh, wow.
After lunch version.
The after lunch version, yeah, you have a whole new challenge. Well, actually it's a challenge in the morning to get them going. You both have the same challenge, because in the early morning it's going to be, how do you get them going in the morning too? So that is you want to probably start with talk to each other,
Do you ever, okay, you talked about attendance, but I'm curious about lateness for these morning classes. I mean, for example, for public speaking, you really don't want people coming and going, and yet, I don't know, I don't want to be a policeman, I don't have a
No, but you set an activity right off the bat, and they miss the activity. Talk to your neighbors and find out, and we're gonna have an activity every day at 8:05. Be sure you're here.
So you can't close the door, it's hidden performance.
Sometimes I have her with faculty colleagues, and I don't, close the door or say, So I'm in a different spot. But I tend to treat it, when I have taught face-to-face undergrad students, these are your decisions. You're making these decisions. If I see somebody consistently coming in, consistently doing something, those are the folks I want to say, hey, let's have a cup of coffee, or let's find out what this is about. Because it might be something very, very worthwhile. I have a sick child. I can't get there at 8. Or I have to drive. There's tons of reasons. Our students have so many stressors that that I can't even guess many of them. So if it becomes a consistent problem, say, how can I help with this? Or, and maybe it is that you provide something for those who are on time, something worthwhile, so that you can wait for that person. If it is I'm getting my parents to their daycare sessions because they have Alzheimer's, or, honestly, life is holistic, class is holistic. We're not in the type of educational environment where we have a self-contained set of students anymore.
Well, nice to see everybody. My name's Noah Whitman. I'm from the Digital Learning Services Group on campus, and I and my team are responsible for a portfolio of digital tools to support teaching. I understand you're all going to be teaching this summer, and I prepared, and I did take a look at the survey and looked at some of your sort of comments and questions, some of the things you're interested in. So one of the things I should say off the bat is I am filling in for Seon, who prepared a beautiful slide deck, one of my colleagues, Seon, and unfortunately due to urgent family issues, couldn't make it. So I'm filling in. So it'll be a little bit more ad hoc, or let's just say responsive to your needs and questions, is the upside of this approach. I deleted about 3/4 of his slides, but I do understand the material well. Yeah. Well, just to say, he had done a lot of nice work, but I'll take my own tact, and it'll be to give you a sort of a nice overview of B courses, and to specifically address some of the questions that came up. 3 of the areas that were called out were around use of video, use of discussions, and use of the gradebook. So I prepared some pointers and tips around that. All right, so let's get started. So when I mentioned the portfolio of tools that we support, here are some of them. So B courses, I'm going to be spending some time with that. It looked like from the survey that most of you are familiar with B courses. I'll say a few words of introduction around that. for those of you who aren't. Academic Integrity is a service that is powered by Turnitin. How many of you are familiar with Turnitin? Okay, it's our plagiarism detection tool, or remember to cite your sources tool, right? Gradescope. Any of you familiar with Gradescope? Okay, not so many. That's a great tool. It's really popular in STEM fields for grading paper-based exams, typically multi-part, like 3 or 4 problems per page of the show your work variety. You're working with equations, derivations, representing chemical bonds, things like that. And you really want to segment the page into multiple sections and have a rubric assigned for each one. So the features that are built into our B courses or Canvas actually aren't well suited towards that type of grading. And Gradescope is a great tool for that. Clickers is our tool for engagement for classroom polling, particularly well used in large classes, provide a bit of interactivity. We operate 2 media production studios called our DIY media studios, and those are set up for authoring your own instructional media. We have a stylus-based tablet. We have a light kit. We have a video. Some soundproofing. If you need to get out of your office or get someplace where you have a really where you have all the software and tools at your disposal to create some video, come to us and we can set you up and give you an orientation. These are particularly well used for online hybrid teaching and also for lecture replacement. Let's say you're going to be out for a class and you really can't, you really need students to see that lecture. You can shoot it ahead of time and then upload it to the course. We run the course evaluation service if your department has signed up for our service. Some departments are still using the sort of paper-based process, but if your department has signed up for online course evaluations, then you'll get your students will get email prompts, and then you'll get a reminder to introduce the subject to them, and a reminder to check on the progress of evaluations in your course, how many students have responded, and so on. We have a great tool built into B courses to help with content accessibility, and my colleague Joe Feria-Galizia will be presenting next on that topic. And then we're also we offer a tool for advisors, student advisors as well. So let's talk a little bit about B courses. B courses is powered by is a class of software called the Learning Management System. It's powered by Canvas. Most of our peers at large research universities are on Canvas. So if you came from another university, be it Michigan, Indiana, Arizona State, University of Washington, UT Austin, Stanford, Harvard, and so on, for better or for worse, we're all in the same boat. And that's not to say it's the best thing out there, but it's become increasingly popular for higher ed, particularly large research universities. We're all moving, either have moved or moving towards it. And the reasons for using a learning management system, and the reasons become especially powerful once you have a large number of students. How many of you are teaching a course that has, let's say, over 30 students? Okay, so you probably quickly found or will find that it becomes unwieldy to, collect assignments via email, to communicate, and so on. And that's that problem around efficient and communication and organization at scale is very well solved by this piece of software. Now I realize most of you know B courses, so we're going to quickly move beyond this. So this is an important topic. There's lots of ways of getting help around B courses. We're not going to possibly cover everything here. And the way to find out about most of them is to click on the help menu once you're inside of B courses. Click on the menu and you'll see here the list of options. Starts with the knowledge base, the help articles that are authored by the vendor, referred to as Canvas guides. Then our own local knowledge base articles. There are many parts of this tool that we've developed ourselves custom, and so those are particularly important to go and look at our documentation. You can email us. There's phone support directly. You can schedule a 30-minute consultation. And there's also drop-in support in this very facility, 9 to 5. And then we also will be posting workshops for the summer, so look out for those. Those haven't been scheduled. And I'm going to highlight a few other resources. So first is we've just made available within B-Courses a nice online tutorial that covers a lot of the topics. So if you'd really like to sort of get up to speed with your Canvas or take your skills to the next level, this is a great self-paced tutorial. And then for the next option, I'd like to invite my colleague Rebecca Farivar to give sort of an overview of the offering.
Hi there, everyone. So I also work with NOAA and Digital Learning Services, and I work with a lot of the fully online courses. Are any of you teaching online this summer? I don't think I recognize anyone, so no. But you might not be aware there's actually quite a lot of fully online courses taught during the summer. And those are developed with Digital Learning Services, and it's a very involved process that we go through pretty much all year to prepare for summer. The final part of that, though, is this training course that we've created for instructors and GSIs. It is designed specifically for online courses. There's some information in there that is specific to online, but also there's a lot of overlap. So if you're someone who is looking to integrate B-Courses into your course and use it more effectively, you might also find some tools and articles in this training course we've created that could be really helpful, particularly around communicating with students, grading, and also making accommodations for LOA students. So I'll go ahead. So the course is set for self-enroll. Our fully online instructors are added, and this is actually a required part of their training, and they go through it. But we set it to self-enroll, so if any of you are interested in using this as a resource, you can click on this link in the slides, which I believe will be made available to you, and then you'll have the option to enroll in it. And then you can see here the course, it's laid out, kind of explains the point. The idea of the course isn't that you're going to go through, and this is for our fully online instructors as well, that you're not going to go through it like a course. There's no assessments. It's really a resource for you to come in. If you have a question, you might hit this before you go to the Canvas guides because it's a little bit more curated. And in fact, a lot of the resources are pulled from the Canvas guides. It's just organized, like I said, around a way that maybe this is the top issues you have, or something that comes up a lot for instructors. Also built within the course are some best practices, again, geared towards a fully online course, but a lot of these will be relevant to you if you're using B-Courses in any capacity in your course, right? So how am I responding to students' discussion boards? How frequently am I communicating with them in B-Courses via announcements? Things like that are addressed in this course as well. And in fact, so here you can see on the side is the course outline. And this gives you an overview of the topics discussed in each module, so that again gives you the flexibility to jump to whatever sections particularly relevant to you. I do want to note there are a few things in here though that will not be relevant to you if you're not teaching fully online, particularly around the final exams. So you can imagine for the fully online courses there's a lot of infrastructure around administering those final exams because a lot of students take it proctored off-site. So that really will not be relevant to you. Some of the components of supporting your DSP students may be relevant, like around moderating quizzes to allow extended time, things like that. But just be aware, anything in here that is about reaching out to a specific support person, like online summer session support, that's really for the fully online instructors, and that's not for the on-ground instructors. You have your own support. Noah's team is fully ready to jump in and help you with anything like that. And then, so you can see that overview. And then also we do have this overview of summer sessions requirements that are required for the fully online instructors. But a lot of these are just best practices around communication. So if you're looking for a little guidance around that, that's a good place to check as well. So please, it's another resource available for you if you choose to self-enroll. That link's there. Thank you.
Oh, any questions?
I do.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So if we wanted access to this information, we would search SUS training.
No, to access, I believe that the slide deck is going to be shared with you. And if you click on this link, when you click on it, it will pop up, do you want to enroll in this course? Just hit join, and then you'll have it. It doesn't end. It's just a resource. So it'll always be there on your dashboard. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so I will share the slides with the group, with you, and then you can share them with the group. Okay, fantastic. I realize I could have also given you a quick visual peek of what this looks like, this workshop. So let's go to course. Okay. So they've got this sort of agricultural metaphor. Planting, nurturing, sprouting, flowering, harvesting. But if we click on one of these, nurturing, we'll see what we get. Okay. So a fairly extensive tutorial, and we're just getting to know this ourselves, to be honest. It's developed by the vendor, but it looked fairly comprehensive. So we've made it available within B-Courses, self-paced, lots of good stuff in there. So let's see. I think I have only 4 more slides. So B-Courses tips, gradebook tips, video tips, and discussion tips. And so the last 3 were in response to questions that I saw in the survey. Like, please tell me, can you talk a little bit about the gradebook or video, embedding video with some of the questions. But at this point, feel free. I'll just start talking a bit, but that's all I've got, and I think we have like 40 more minutes. So let's just make this a bit more interactive. I'll start talking about things that I think are important, and feel free to press me for clarity or add your own questions. I think we have time for a few detours. Yes, go
So
ahead.
I'm just gonna ask like the
Yeah.
dumb question.
Mhm.
If you're new to teaching at Cal, I've worked with Canvas, I have Canvas accounts at other colleges,
Yeah.
but I'm new here. 2 questions. How do I get a shell or an account here? And B, what is there a mechanism to, and it's not up in Commons, transfer information from one Canvas account at a different institution to this one?
Great questions.
You wanna start with the easy one first? Like,
Yeah,
how do I get an
so
account?
in order to log into B-Courses, you need to have an active CalNet ID. And that might be an issue for some of you that are, about to become instructors and, aren't fully sort of into our systems. So just be aware of that. Your CalNet ID needs to be active. The other key thing is that bullet number 1 is the instructor of record is the only one who can create the course. Now, if you're coming from another campus, some campuses create your courses for you. We decided not to go that path because there's so many different variables that go into creating a course, and you can just create a lot of work for yourselves and for your instructor if you guess wrong. So we might revisit that decision, in fact, are looking at that. But for now, it's only the instructor of record. So if you're a graduate student instructor and someone else's name is affiliated with the course, you might need to get that instructor of record to first create the course. After that, you're empowered to do everything else to help flesh out the course. Now, your question of importing content from another campus. So the best option to you is to export content It'll be exported in a standards-based approach. Common cartridge, I think, is the format, and then you can just import it into your new site. So there is a mechanism for that. For most of you, you might be asking the question then, well, I've taught this course before, or someone else has taught it, and how do I get courses from last semester into this semester's course? I can just show you what that looks like. So I'm inside of my inside of B courses. Basically, you want to start with the target course or the current course. That's probably the easiest way to go. And actually, I'm trying to remember. Let's see. There's always I'll click on settings. I think if you click on settings, you get it on the right side. Import course content, right? And then what you want to do here is select the copy a Canvas course. Canvas equals B courses. And then you're going to pick out a course that you've taught last semester, or a course of which you're a member and have rights to, right? And then from there, you just identify the course, and then you can copy the entire course, or you can copy pieces of the course. You have a number of options here. A trick here while you're doing this, and this is true when you copy your course content, is the dates for your assignments are no longer going to be relevant. What I recommend for most people is just to remove the dates entirely. Canvas will take, or B courses will take a guess. But that's pretty dangerous because you'll forget which ones you created yourself and which ones the computer sort of took a guess and guessed wrongly. So, or Canvas. So I think just the safest thing is just to remove all dates into your course, and then you just reset them. So any questions about sort of importing stuff while we're here? Okay, so very good question though. Did I cover everything related to?
Yeah, I don't
multi-part.
necessarily know the mechanism for importing it or into.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
What that is. Yeah, it's that one I always get confused.
It's common cartridge package. Yeah, you want to export as a common cartridge and then import as a common cartridge. Feel free to come to us if you want. We have some documentation on this, some knowledge-based articles we can send you if you want to catch me after this, and I can give it to you, or you can set up a consultation. So let's see. So I covered first point. Only instructor of record can create a site. Oh, I also covered the help menu. I'll just show you what it looks like. It's down here at the bottom left-hand side. Boom. All your help resources.
And which one is where the tutorials are available?
Yes, good. Let's see. So for now, your best bet to get to that tutorial is through the slides that I'll be sending you. They're promoted in a number of areas, but good point. It's not actually being promoted from this menu. Neither one of those that we showed. Right. Okay, here's another area where people often mess up. You're building out your course site within B courses. You haven't published it because you don't want students to see it, and then it's getting close to classes starting, and you send out an announcement. That announcement won't reach your students unless you publish the course site. Publish the course site first, then send out the announcement. Okay. We often get people at the end of the term that have all kinds of questions about grading. Now, some people don't choose to fully express grading within Canvas, and that's fine. You're not required to use Canvas or B courses. And some people only use it modestly to upload the syllabus, to share assignments. That's fine too. What gets confusing sometimes is when you're sort of halfway there and you have half the assignments in there and half of them not, and your students are sort of trying to track their grades and their participation. After a certain point, it probably just makes sense to go all in. And one of the areas where I think instructors often fail is they don't fully express their grading policy within Canvas. And so all of you have a syllabus for the courses you're teaching, and typically right up there in the top part of that is you say, hey, there's participation grade is 10%. The quizzes all add up to 20%. The major paper is worth 40%. The final's worth 50%. Anyway, it all should add up to 100%, right? I'm not sure if I did that right. So what you really want to do is figure out how to then express all of that in Canvas. And some of these things you might be doing it, you have your own technique. It might be just, okay, we'll give them a full grade for participation, fine. But what you can do is anything that you're grading, you can express as a column in the grade book, and you create an assignment group around it. So just a heads up that the assignment groups is the way to express that grading policy. Let me show you a bit what it looks like. I'll pull up a course that has, excuse me. Let's see, I want to go home. Okay, I'll pull up. Okay, I'm pulling up one of our demo sites. And assignments. So if you're using assignment groups, you have multiple assignments and they're all bundled into groups. And the groups, at the assignment group level, you're able to indicate what % of the total grade that equals. So that's 20, all of your assignments, written submissions equals 20% of your grade. All of your media submissions here, 10% of the grade. Attendance and participation, 5% of the grade. Discussions, 15%, and so on. If you'd like help with this, this is a perfect opportunity to set up a consultation with myself or a member of my team. We'll walk you through this. I realize there's a bit to learn. Some of this stuff might be new for some of you, but I just wanted you to know there is an opportunity to express your grades within Canvas. And what it looks like then is if you go to the grade book, click on grades. Every graded assignment will have its own column. So down, these are your students, and these are all fake students. And then there's a column for each graded assignment. And then once you get over to the far right, these gray columns are actually fixed. You can't input stuff. These are effectively the roll-ups or the cumulative totals for each of these groups. And these are assignment groups, right? So 20% of the grade, all your written submissions are then totaled up here. And this gets you to the total grade. So I realize there's a lot there, but I just wanted to give you sort of a sense of what, if you do want to express your full sort of participation and grading into Canvas, what it looks like and the right sort of questions to ask. And it is around assignment groups is the key word, if you want to come to any of us for help. So a lot there I know, but anybody want to dare to ask some questions around assignment groups? Yeah.
I've used assignments.
Yeah.
I've never used assignment groups.
Yeah.
I also learned after a long time, because I talked about Easter eggs in the earlier session, and how to put 0 as a point value for extra credit. It took me about a couple of semesters to learn that one.
Interesting.
Because people were being penalized for not doing the extra credit.
You can also mark it as don't count towards final grade.
Right.
And so then you'll still see the point calculate, but it won't ding the students who don't do the extra
Right.
credit.
It's easier for me to do 0 because I have to add it myself off of that.
Well, yeah, so if I do that, then it adds the number for me. It just doesn't ding the other students.
Right.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me that you can, if you have a fairly simple course and just a few assignments, you can get away with not using assignment groups. But then what you have to pay particular attention to is the relative point value of each assignment, right? So the nice thing about assignment groups is, let's say you have a weekly sort of writing and reflection assignment, and you don't know how many they are. It's worth 10 points or 100 points every time. and then you know that they're all gonna add up to 10% of the grade. Assignment group, you throw them all into an assignment group, you don't have to think about it. You don't have to do the math, right? Whereas if you just have a handful of assignments or graded assignments in the class, you could say, you know, all right, the final exam is worth 50 points, and each, we have 3 written assignments, and they're each worth 10 points, you know, and so on. Participation is 10 points, and it all adds up to 100 points, and then you've sort of taken care of the sort of relative point value, right? But you have to, so you have at a certain point, you have a choice of whether to embrace assignment groups or not. Yes?
I feel like in the past, that maybe it's changed, students can't see those assignment group, you know, like that. Is that still true?
No, they should.
Okay, because maybe, and it might be
yeah.
just the school I'm at too, because I've thought that perfectly before, but like when I go in the student view, I can't see the groups like that, it's just all the assignments just sitting there.
Yeah.
Okay.
They should be able
Okay.
to. Yeah.
So within the assignment groups, is it possible to do things like, say, like drop the lowest?
Excellent question. Yes, let's take a look at that. So that's a yes. In fact, that's how you do it. So let's go to assignments. So there's we'll pick one of these written submissions. So the way you do that is you have a group, and let's say you only want. You have 14 assignments, but as long as they do 10, you're happy, right? So how you express that? Is it under edit or rule? Let's see. I'm a little confused because there's already a rule there. Let me see. Let's do edit. Oh yeah, here we go. So number of scores to ignore for each student. So this is how you do it. Right? You just create a rule for that assignment group, and this allows you to effectively. Yeah. So good. Thank you for that question. Anything else while we're on assignment groups? There are apps for teachers and students. There used to be just one app for everyone, and they realized they needed dedicated apps. Now there's a parent, teacher, and student app. There's no need for the parent app here. That's more for or there shouldn't be. That's more for the K through 12 scenario. But yeah, they can be, they're really sort of, they can be convenient for grading. There's a speed grader is sort of built into it. It's a nice way to sort of to read, if you are using an iPad, for example, and want to just sort of scroll through your, or tablet and scroll through your students' assignments. It's a nice way to check things out. And it's, and we just found out, I think it's, I forget the figure, but it's a pretty high percentage of our students that are using the apps as well for recalling assignments, perhaps even submitting assignments. Okay, so let's go on to how am I doing on time? Time check. Oh, we've got another half hour. Perfect. So those are some general high-level B courses tips. I think we touched on some of these. Let's see. So there's some questions about gradebook. There was a, at least it was called out as an area I should focus on. Does anybody have any particular questions about gradebook? Otherwise, I'll just highlight a few things that I have here. Yes?
I have two questions.
Yes.
Because the course I teach, there's several drafts, and we comment on the drafts. And so, first of all, when I download all the files, is there an easy way to print those out so I can view them on paper? And once I download the zip. The second question is, most of the instructors in the course I teach, we edit and annotate in Word, and then we upload that to return it to the student. Can you upload more than one document? For example, a separate rubric and their assignment with edits? Does it look to me like you can only upload one document?
You choose file multiple times.
Can
Yeah,
you?
you can.
You can.
I do that. I add a rubric and I add there.
Okay.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Because I was actually.
It doesn't look like it's user friendly,
yeah.
but if you hit choose file again, it'll like
Okay.
The second one that'll pop up, then you can have multiple files. You just can't put both of them at the same time and upload them both. You have to hit choose file for each individual file.
So hang on, say that again, you can't do
You
it.
can't click choose file and then select multiple files. You have to
Okay.
choose file one, choose file, then your second one.
Okay, and then you can send it at
And
one
then you
time.
can send it with one comment in the SpeedGrader thing, like here's your feedback, see my attachments.
Yeah.
Then you can do that. Cause I do that.
Okay, let me pull up again.
Cause I did the same thing. I have like a comment sheet that kind of helps explain like, what my comments meant and things, and I wanted to have both.
Yeah.
It's an annotated rubric is what I basically meant.
Yes.
It's like what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna,
Replace the file, but
It's the second choose file pops up underneath it. So you'll see your file and you have to click the button underneath it. So don't hit the one next to it. Click the one underneath. I can show you on mine too.
okay, we'll get at some. You had a number of interesting pieces to that scenario that I'll maybe want to highlight. So, how many of you have used SpeedGrader or familiar with SpeedGrader? So most of you, good. SpeedGrader is sort of your friend, especially when you have a lot high volume assignments. So first of all, if you want to, if for example you want to sort of download all of your assignments and print them out, you do that here, I think. Why don't I see it here? Let's try to differentiate. Oh yeah, download submissions, right. So click here to download submissions. But then SpeedGrader, for those few of you who didn't raise your hand, is is a great way to preview your content. You'll need an internet connection. Most of us have that nearby. If you don't, you'll have to print it out, or you could download the digital copies and just look at them on your laptop. But so this gives you all these sort of annotation tools. You can text wherever you want. You can also, if you have a rubric, it'll appear. You put some comments here. A little used feature that I'll sort of call out here is you can actually put voice or video comments. Now, as we're teaching increasingly larger classes and it gets more and more impersonal, there is really something sort of nice and intimate about, let's just say, an audio comment. Like you're putting feedback within the paper, you're adding a comment here, you're giving a grade, but even just taking a moment to say, hey, I really was impressed with this, loved what I saw. Imagine your student's reaction, just hearing that sort of hearing your voice, right? So just think about that. And you can do it selectively. You don't need to obviously do it across 200 students.
And you're saying you can embed the rubric so that way
You have to attach it. Oh yeah, you can embed it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, it would appear here.
Question answered.
Yeah. Okay.
So that they can actually see it. Because I've only ever seen it in B-Courses the way she described it is like they're two separate Word or PDF documents. But are you saying that it can be embedded within B-Course and they can see it, but it's not like a document that they pull out?
In this case, this is the instructor-facing rubric for grading. If, for example, you could have a rubric associated with a peer review assignment, and that would be something else.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they won't see it if you embed a rubric.
They do. You see your
Yeah,
They'll
what's
see
the
whatever, I mean, I could pull up an example, but pretty much the rubric will show up on that right-hand side.
Oh.
And so they'll be able to see how many points they got for each section, and then also the comments that you put in here. So whatever you put in, I normally mute the whole assignment until I do all the grading in case I want to change things. And then once you unmute it, they'll get an alert, and whatever you put in there, they can read at that point.
A second, I was just on a rubric. SpeedGrader. Okay, so here we have here's this doesn't really answer a question because this is just the instructor facing piece. Yeah.
To the right.
Sorry, to the right even more?
Yeah.
There, oh, you enter, right.
Oh, cool. Yeah, so they would see the number and then the bubble, once they click on it, they'll see the comment. Because I've had students print up the comments and stuff that come to office hours and be like, oh, can you explain this a little bit further? They see whatever you put
It's their
And then
hands
you
at the
can
bottom.
export this so you have like a hard copy.
I don't know about that. Anybody else know about that one?
What was the
Exporting a rubric?
What was
Or
the
exporting
question?
their assignments once you've graded them.
Yes, you can export those as well. Yeah.
And you can save rubrics and reuse them, like it makes a little, like you choose from rubrics, so that when you go to create a rubric, you can choose from an existing and then edit it, or just bring it in like from a prior year, or another,
Something else is if you want to know about the student, let's see, so click on student view if you have a question of what the student experience is like, what they see. This allows you to sort of masquerade or get the student's perspective on the assignment or something. So you can go walk through the assignments and quizzes you've built and check that they're working as expected. Yeah, question?
Yeah, can I come back to the
Sure.
downloading the assignments?
Yeah.
Because I've been able to do that, but
Uh-huh.
I can't print it as a group. You can't, it's just not possible, is that right? Yeah. Because it seems like you have to go through individually. I just haven't
Yeah,
been able to print
is that
it.
right? That sounds right to me. They're all discrete file types.
Well, they're all,
Yeah.
Just use Acrobat to merge it into, say, one file and then
what do you do? You use.
oh, like if you can use Acrobat Pro, which you can get for free from, and then you can like merge multiple PDFs in the same PDF. That's great.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If they're well, yeah, but I mean Acrobat will even take Word documents and convert it. There are probably good YouTube videos about how to use Acrobat to do that. It's fairly straightforward.
So while we're here on the topic of peer review, is there anything, those of you that use, not peer review, what's this called? SpeedGrader. Those of you that use SpeedGrader, would you like to say something to your colleagues who've never used it before about whether it's good or bad or what it does?
The one thing that
Yeah.
drives me nuts about it is that it doesn't always stick, like I'll put, see that? It's not just me.
I save as I go, because I've seen it erased, so if I'm putting in comments or grading, I go to the bottom of it, say, okay, it's there.
Okay, I do that, but that part of the comments are okay, cause when you click save, that will save, but when you put, like if you were doing it here, right, you put a comment where it says add a comment, and then you put submit, but you put the 10 up where it says view rubric, you put a 10, and even if you click to the right, where that's how it's supposed to work,
Like 10 here,
put a 10 there and then
and then
click
I go on,
No,
and then I
that
go back.
won't work. You have to put the 10 and then click to the right of the 10, like in that white space.
Oh, yeah.
You have to click out of the box, right, if this is how it's supposed to work. Then you click out of, right, you click in that white space over
Mhm.
there, and then you go to the next person with the arrow. Sometimes that doesn't stick, when you go back into grades, sometimes and then you refresh, and sometimes it doesn't. It's supposed to, but it doesn't.
So, at least for how I've experienced is when I put a grade in there, so in this particular one, instead of save, I just put submit. So, every time so as soon as I put something in, my save is submit, and that way it stays.
And it always shows up?
Yeah,
So you're scrolling.
That's what I did too.
yeah, cause otherwise if you do the next one, it doesn't always.
Right.
Yeah, so you have to click submit in order for the grade to be locked
I
in
knew
there.
that because I was
All right.
your comment, but I'm gonna believe her.
Okay, all right.
Question about that actually. So you enter the score, you put your comments, whatever, and then you hit the right arrow. Is an email automatically generated and sent to the student? Not if it's on mute, so how do you mute it?
Oh, good question. So let's go back to the grade book. So typically you do want to do this when you're grading, is you want to go to the column for the assignment and mute the assignment. And this tells you, I'll leave this up for a second. Because otherwise, your students will come across, you've only gone halfway through the grades. Hey, where's my grades? You just want to avoid that whole sort of conversation, right? Less conversation, the better about all this. So mute it, and then do the big reveal when you're done.
So when you hit unmute, does it send
Then it does.
a mass
Yeah.
email to everyone?
Yeah.
It tells them that the assignment's been reviewed.
It depends on their notification settings, I think.
Yeah.
It does, yeah. But I think according to the default notification settings that most students have, they probably get an indication. Yeah, is there anything else related to gradebook? Let me see if there's anything else. Mute columns. Oh, you should know that we will be turning on shortly for the summer a new gradebook. And I'm not prepared to talk about all the bells and whistles. It will look largely the same. It has, but it has some much richer features around sorting and filtering and the ability to add extra columns and notes and things like that. So, and a number of others, they're kind of smaller items that people have been asking for some time. So overall, I think, you'll be happy because there are more features and that it functions largely the same. Yeah.
How flexible is Gradebook if you're wanting to, you've gotten like halfway through the semester and you want to readjust, in a sense, the weight of different assignment grades? Can you do that once you've set it?
That's not a problem. The thing you want to be careful about is fiddling with an individual assignment while some of the students have completed it and others haven't. That's going to get you into trouble. You always want to avoid it. Figure out what you're going to do with that assignment, but changing the grade for everyone after the fact, especially like let's say you've created the assignment and you decided, okay, I do want to use assignment groups halfway through the semester. You can do that, yeah. What it means is that your students will finally be getting the information maybe they wanted in the first place in terms of contextualizing that assignment within the overall, weight or point value of the grading for the course. Yes?
Am I correct that there's no way to, like, buzz through speed, like for a short answer thing, zip, 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 to see all the answers, and then do a universal score for that whole assignment? There's no feature for that, right?
Yeah, this is where I forget, like
I think that was the app you were talking about.
Oh, maybe that's set default.
Yeah, there's some of these set default grades, and there's also these sort of, unless you're using some of these. This, I think you will get a few more features around with the new grade book. So this is an interesting one. I can look that up. Okay, should I go on to, that was some good coverage of the grade book. Let me go on to video because there's some questions about video. Did anyone who had questions about video want to ask them now? Otherwise, here are some things I thought I'd talk about. So yeah.
I think I might have been one who wrote that in because I teach a public speaking class. And so sometimes I have them videotape each other while in class or even on a field trip and then upload their videos. So I was just wondering about like formats for guidelines, and often, most of the time they're using their phones, but some have Apple and some have Androids.
Right.
So I just wanted to know like formatting for me to like give them instructions for what format to use.
Okay.
And that's been like sometimes then it doesn't work, so they upload it to YouTube and put up a link, and it's always very messy.
How long are the videos?
Short, usually 3 to 5 minutes.
Yeah. So that probably shouldn't be a problem. So the key thing to keep in mind is there is actually a 500 megabyte file size limit. And I put 5 gigabit limit. That might be wrong. I can't remember what it is. I think it might be 2 gigabit overall for the course. Or gigabytes probably. So very quickly, if you have long videos that are uncompressed, you're going to want to go somewhere else. So that's if you're a professor of film studies and you've got your library of hour-long feature-length films that you've curated, and you want to share them all in B courses, well, no, we're gonna tell you to use Box or Drive are the two first options we would point you to, mostly because they have unlimited storage, but they also allow for much larger file sizes. I think it's for Drive. I think it's something like 4 or 5 gigs for an individual file. And we have all this documented, so you can ask me about the page that documents your options around uploading and embedding and all of that. So we've put guides together around that. So I'm just speaking off the top of my head, but so you'll get away with short videos yourself, and typically they'll want to be compressed. But and if they're just iPhone videos and it's just a few minutes, should be fine, right? It's just when you get into the hour-long stuff.
I have a question about accessibility. When you embed videos or you do any of these, okay, for instance, the comments, if I do a video comment of, say, a gradebook thing, is there a campus rule about it has to have closed captioning?
So good. Well, you'll hear a bit more from our accessibility expert, and there's sort of different levels of guidance. So if you have and of course there's best practices as well. Generally speaking, we want to aim for universal design for learning, and make things as accommodating and accessible for everyone as possible, right? It's a general principle. If you have, you'll get a letter of accommodation for those students that have specific requirements, and if you're not able to meet those requirements, someone will be assigned to help you do that sort of remediation work as well. Generally speaking, if you're preparing video content for broad consumption, then you'll want to do that with an eye towards accessibility, because invariably, it's not gonna work for someone. So yeah, that is something to look out for. And again, we're gonna have an hour with Joe, and he's much better equipped to answer that question in detail. Yes.
When you review the guides for embedding video, I don't know if you're talking about only in e-courses or also in PowerPoint, because that was more my inquiry on the form.
Okay.
When you're, for instance, how you're in whatever presenter view right now, and say that there's a video, I tend to, when I click on it, it starts to play on the computer, and I have to exit out of the PowerPoint to be able to pull it up. So if there's a way to be able to have it continue to play in the slide.
Oh, to embed it within the slide? Well, yeah, I can't really speak to that. That probably has to do with the particular, that's particular to whatever sort of, version of PowerPoint you're using, whether it's Mac or PC, and then probably some of your settings, your default settings within the application, perhaps even browser settings as well. Media settings, yes.
I was just going to answer. I came to a workshop here yesterday on Pressbooks, and that had Pressbooks has a component too that you can put a video link or upload video, and it will play within that document. So you might want to see if you can get a one-on-one about Pressbooks, or I can give you the name of the workshop later.
I appreciate it.
Sure.
And also, if you were to use Google Slides,
Yeah.
it's embedded, and the problem is, sharing and share.
Right.
But I've been doing that more recently,
Okay.
but only video.
If it's a video that's not through YouTube, you still have to talk about that.
Gotcha.
But yeah, otherwise you can do that.
Thank you.
So I do have a reminder, give a plug for our DIY Media Studio. I imagine many of you, if you're actually producing video, can do it from the, comfort of your own office or home. Do any of you plan on actually doing video production, or are you just talking about using video that others have used?
Quick question, is that
Yeah.
available, is there something like that, is this one available to students?
That one is not available to students. I wonder if the guidance you're just giving them around just using their own phones
Well,
is
we're
probably.
going to be doing podcasts next time, and so there's something about sound quality that's nice to be in a sound room, as opposed to just at their homes or classroom, you get that empty sound kind of.
Yeah,
No worries.
I hear you on that one. That's like the number one consideration when you're doing video production is use a mic, get good quality audio. After that, distant second is good lighting so people can actually see you. Well, number one is good audio quality. So right, I hear you.
There are a couple of spaces around campus. You know, it's like individual departments, but I know that there's a sound studio, for instance, in the environmental design library. You know, random stuff. So you just go directly to those places and see if for the summer if they have anyone using it.
I know Moffett has some facilities for media authoring.
We have a space also for our online for PH, because we do, you know, video, and it's not used very much, so I could give you contact to see if you could use it when it's being used.
So y'all know that we have Adobe Creative Suite Master Collection for everybody on campus, faculty, students, staff. That's like a $3,000 value, I think. So you get all the pro tools for video authoring, things like that. Some, you know, there's some high-end stuff and there's some more easier to use tools. So that's a consideration. We also have a campus license to, used to be called lynda.com. They're bought out by LinkedIn, so I'm not sure what they're called anymore, but with all kinds of tutorials on, you know, video and media production that might be useful. Yeah.
For the Adobe and the Lynda.com tutorials, those are only for students that are all year round, right? Not just for summer. Because I had a problem
Oh, interesting.
with students who were only there for summer and didn't know how to access. Or maybe I don't know how to access it.
Good question. I think your students should be able to have access to that, but that might be worth investigating. And
Okay, who do I ask?
Well, software.berkeley.edu is the sort of the page that lists the software. It's the Be Connected team that's responsible for this, but I'd look for contact information on software.berkeley.edu, where they have the links to download all the software. Yeah, someone should be able to definitively answer that for your course. But my guess is, since students have a CalNet ID, that they'd be able to access it, that they're fully mature.
I mean, sometimes by the time they actually get to Highland ID, it's like 2 weeks into the course.
Oh, that I can believe. Yeah. Yeah, so you have to think through all of this. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Yes.
The one plug I'll make, this doesn't address your question directly, but just about Adobe Creative Suite in general, is we do have a Adobe Fellows program in conjunction with AIS, with this space here, in which we teach faculty how to develop Adobe, how to use all of these Adobe Creative Suite collection programs so that you can develop classroom assignments, everything from video to website design, graphic design. That's an ongoing program that we have. We just had our first year this year, and we're going to be announcing the second application cycle soon. So I can send that out as well.
Yeah, great program. Thank you.
So that's for faculty or students?
That's specifically for faculty to develop assignments in their classes.
I think there was a question or two about discussion. That's what prompted me to put this slide together. Was that you again? Yeah. So you want to tell me what your questions were? Yeah.
So my students, when they post things, it's a requirement that they make, like, maybe let's say 2 to 4 comments on other students' original postings. Is there an easy way to track that other than me keeping like a little paper checklist?
Well,
done. Can I? Yeah.
Okay, so good. So how many of you use, let me back up a second and bring everyone else on. How many of you are using discussions, online discussions? Okay, so a few of you. And the rest of you are having discussions, but it's face-to-face, right?
Piazza.
Or Piazza. Okay, so that's big. STEM courses typically love using Piazza. The advantage there, it's another tool outside of Canvas, outside of B courses for discussions. The advantage there is allows students to ask and answer each other's questions, the instructor to come in and weigh in and endorse particular responses. There are greater features for sort of filtering and tagging discussions as well. So it's really designed for a many-to-many 200-person class, conversation. Canvas doesn't do a good job with that scenario, or B courses does not do a good job with that scenario. But for the rest of you, so be aware that there's Piazza that's out there. We actually have some concerns about Piazza as a vendor in terms of how they handle student data and stuff like that. So come talk to me afterwards about that if you're using Piazza. the thing I'll say about discussions is there an opportunity. Most people say, oh, I don't want to use online discussions. It's an opportunity to make your discussion, your face-to-face discussions, even better. Anybody else want to help me out here with that argument? They're using online discussions, why it makes your conversations even better? Yes, go ahead.
It's kind of interesting. I was co-teaching with an online hybrid course with the students from overseas just recently. And so part of that was a discussion board with post questions. And a lot of it became quite a lot of the Q&A from the professor. And so there was this feeling of having to like respond constantly as opposed to it sort of facilitating conversation between the students. It was more a little bit like an ask.com kind of hypothetical situation.
Okay.
And how do professors respond? So I'd just be interested in people's kind of best practice around how to sort of be more of a facilitator as opposed to feeling this need to like respond constantly to it, which was kind of how I experienced it.
That one's a difficult one, that scenario of just let's have this place where people can ask and answer and what's my role then. I think what I've seen, what I observe is it works best when you make it a graded, when it's part of a graded assignment and very close to what's happening over here. So typically, I'll just take what I see all the time is that ordinarily have this practice, you have a weekly assignment, you want to make sure that students do the reading, you might have them do a little bit of reflective writing on their own, perhaps they turn it in, and then you get together a discussion group and students are sharing and reporting out. Now the opportunity to make that better is using an online discussion, because what happens in class when you have that discussion afterwards? It's either what handful of people are dominating or no one is, and it's like pulling teeth. You assign it, you make it an online assignment, do ahead of time, you say read the material, write your reflections, 300 words to 500 words, I'm guessing something like this, and then look at, after you've done that, look at what your colleagues have done in response to the same question. Hopefully it's a question that invites divergent responses, right? Because it's not going to be interesting to read if everyone has the same response. You're learning a little bit about what your peers have done, struggling with that. You're having the opportunity to sort of reflect on the differences, comment, ask question. Typically it's comment or ask question on your peers' work. By the time you show up to class, you've actually had the rich conversation you wish you could have had in a face-to-face discussion. Full participation by everybody in the class. You're writing, so you're practicing the skill you probably want your students to have. The one you're going to test them on the exam or a final paper. You're not really doing oral exams here, at least in this country. They're not quite common, right? So, so this is more in line with your assessment, full participation. Anyway, enough of the pitch. So then back to your scenario of like, unfortunately, what would be really helpful is if the Canvas or bCourse's discussion tool allowed you to just sort of automatically give marks for yes, the student posted a response and looked at their peers and also posted a comment or question. You don't get that, but what you do get is if you use SpeedGrader it needs to be a graded assignment, otherwise you don't have that option in SpeedGrader, but it can be a graded assignment worth 0 points, or there's a variety of ways to get around that, even if you're not grading it, but very often you want to make it a graded assignment just because it helps in visibility. There's a number of features that are turned on when using discussion. And then you can look, you see the student's initial response in SpeedGrader, and then down below you scroll down and you see their responses to their peers as well underneath that initial submission. So that gets you there. So yeah, and actually that was the point I wanted to make there. And then just wanted to call your attention to at the course level settings, there's some things related to discussions that you can turn on. So you can allow students to attach files to discussions. You can let students create their own discussion topics and let students edit or delete their own discussion posts. And the way that looks is here within bCourses. You're inside of a course site. You scroll down to the bottom of your settings, and there are all these course level settings. You go down here to the bottom, you actually click more options, you get a bunch more features, and then these are the ones relating to discussions that you might want to. What comes up most often is that students can't create attachments. Let's say they wanted to upload a video or whatever it is. This will allow them to do that and make the discussions more sort of multimedia rich. So, I think we're running out of time, but yes.
Can you just reiterate the name of the grading tool you mentioned briefly at the beginning that allows you to go question by question across all the students?
Yeah, it's the name of the tool is Gradescope.
Okay.
And if you go to our ETS, right now all of our services are listed on our Educational Technology Services website. It's due for a change at some point over the summer. We're going through a bit of a reorg and rebranding. But if you look right now, this is where you find it. And Gradescope is the name of the tool, and there's information about it here. So Berkeley and Gradescope will be the Google search, and you'll find this page probably.
Can you access it right through eCourses, or
It's a separate platform that integrates with bCourses. So it allows you both can import the roster into this web-based tool, and then you can sync the grades back. So this is the full round trip integration with bCourses.
But I signed in and like make an account for Gradescope independently.
Yes. And then you indicate that you have a Canvas course site.
For a
Yeah.
community building thing, is a previous institution I worked at, I just remember this, we were required as instructors, and I was only online, but it was for all instructors, to create a module that was called the Student Lounge. And instructors were not to interact on that module, but we could see it just in case there was anything not going on good. But it was just a place for students to exchange information, anything from talking about the class or whatever, to restaurants or movies or anything. And that was, I forgot that was a really nice little community building thing.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah.
Student lounge.
Yeah. Good. All right. Well, thanks everybody. Good luck this summer teaching, and stop by or set up an appointment with the bCourses team if you have any specific questions you'd like to follow up on.
Okay, well, Joe Feria Galicia. I'm the accessibility team lead with Digital Learning Services. And I am charged with all things accessible on campus. And the good thing is I have office hours on Wednesdays here at the AIS. If you want to, you could just drop by 9 to 12 and also by appointment. My email address is there. I also have my business cards in the back. And I don't get enough people visiting me, so please, if you have questions that aren't answered during this time, please come visit me. I want to start by showing you this new feature that Google Slides has. If I just hover on the bottom here, there's this captions feature, and I just turned it on. And let's see if it kicks in. This is announced recently. Well, okay, decided not to work today. Maybe it'll kick in during the presentation. I'm gonna go ahead and mark this right here too. But well, they're working on it. But it did work last time I tried it, and it actually captioned while I was speaking. Yeah. So okay, there you go. Took a little longer, but it should be working. It has an autocorrect feature too, so it goes through. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just curious because I walk around a lot when I live there. And is there a technique that you have around being, it's capturing all of it?
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. It's gonna be dependent on your microphone, so you gotta be somewhat close, or you could get an external microphone. But it's really nice, and it helps with different types of learners, second language learners as well. And it just gives you something to play with as an instructor as well. Okay, Google Slides. It's Google Slides. And actually I created the PowerPoint using Microsoft PowerPoint, and then I uploaded it to Drive, and it converted it for me so that I could use this feature.
everyone know where Google Slides?
It's part of.
So, so does this mean, because in other circumstances, I've had a student come who did have hearing issues, and she brought a choreographer,
Stenographer?
Not a choreographer.
Stenographer?
Stenographer. So does this obviate the need for a stenographer to come to class, or is this?
I would, I mean, the quality is going to be better with the stenographer. This is beta. It's using artificial intelligence, and yeah, it's kind of like YouTube videos with the auto caption feature. It's going to give you a good gist, but it's not going to be perfect. So that would be dependent on the student. If the student's comfortable with it, I would think that it'd be okay to replace.
But it's probably a university decision, I would think. It probably, yeah, I would think that would be university.
It's an ADA.
Yeah, it's an ADA.
Yeah.
So it's not like the ADA says you can do this and stuff, right?
Right, it's not, the quality is what's equivalent.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I had to do some reporting on
To start
Learning
coaching.
everything
Okay.
too.
Okay, so Doug wants me to show you how I get to my Google Slides. So I'm on Gmail. Oh, the last email was from Douglas. And then right here, you could go to Slides right here. And again, what I did is I prefer PowerPoint to create my slides originally, and then I just imported it, and then it did the conversion for me. Okay, so now I gotta find, here we go. And then the way to start it is I hit the present button, and then there's the caption feature. And okay, looks like it's not working that great there, but. Okay, so there's my office hours. I'm gonna start with some of the questions. Oh, there's another question.
Yeah, when we upload this after the lecture, usually upload to B-Course as the presentation. Will that, the PowerPoint, will it have that kind of feature?
No, it won't. It won't.
So that's only like in real time?
Yeah, it's only in real time. And I don't see a record option yet, so that feature isn't, it's probably still in beta. Okay, I'm gonna get to some of the questions that were asked in the survey before you got here. Are you familiar with universal design? Not too many people were. Do you know how to add headings to a course site? And again, 75%, not that many people. This is a really important feature for people that are using assistive technologies like a screen reader. So I'm going to be able to demonstrate this to you. And by the time you're out of here today, you're going to know all of these questions are going to be very common to you now. Do you know how to add headings to a Word document? I'm going to demonstrate that. And this is not to be confused with a header. Like a header and a footer, a heading is different than that. Do you know how to add alternative text to images in B courses? 89% said no. And I'll demonstrate how to do that in Canvas and Word. Are you familiar with Blackboard Ally within B courses? And I happen to be the Ally service lead, so I'm really excited to have your attention. Even though they're getting ready to leave, right? All right. So Ally in B courses is a new feature we turned on in January, and it helps with creating alternative formats for students, but it also helps identify if your files are accessible in the first place. And I'm going to be sharing this PowerPoint with Doug so he can send it out to everybody. So all of these resources here that are listed, they're tutorials on how to become more accessible. The last one, which I won't really touch on today, but it's an accessibility hub, and it's like basically everything that we've created that has to do with accessibility. It goes through PowerPoint, PDF files, Word files, B courses, and then best practices for everything. So it's all housed there, just waiting for you to visit. But it's a lot better when we have this kind of interaction. So we'll be able to touch on the points that are most relevant to you. And I'm going to start with this definition of accessible. So this is coming from the Office of the President. It refers to the concept that people with disabilities are able to access and use a product or system, including with the help of assistive technologies. And I mentioned assistive technologies earlier, where the example is a screen reader, where a person who is blind actually has this ability to go from text to speech. And it's a pretty amazing piece of software. To a lot of people, it gives hope for life. Like my brother went blind when he was 39, and when we installed the program's called JAWS, it gave him like this ability to interact with the outside world that he hadn't had previously. The only problem with screen readers is that it's really dependent on us to mark up the content with proper structure and proper write-up, which is what I'm going to go through today. This is another definition of accessible. This is provided by the Office of Civil Rights and the Department of Justice in a lawsuit against South Carolina Technical College. And this is saying that accessible means a person with a disability is afforded the opportunity to acquire the same information, engage in the same interactions, and enjoy the same services as a person without a disability in an equally effective and equally integrated manner with substantially equivalent ease of use. The person with the disability must be able to obtain the information as fully, equally, and independently as a person without a disability. So this raises the bar because it's talking about ease of use and independence in their definition of accessible, which leads us to this term universal design. And this is a big word that's going around in education. It's been around, made popular in the 80s with architects were grappling with ramps to buildings. And it turns out that it's so much more difficult to retrofit a building with ramps than if you design it right from the beginning. And it's a lot cheaper. And the same applies to online courses. So what I'm going to show you today, this is like our ramps to access for your online courses. So headings, which we're going to go through. Alternative text, we're going to give an example of that as well. Captions for videos, we started mentioning that earlier. Color contrast, which is the ratios between the foreground and the background. Self-describing links, lists, and tables. So it's kind of a lot that we're going to go through, but it's pretty simple. And by integrating these features, you're going to be making your course accessible. You're going to build in the accessibility, but you're also going to ensure that it has compatibility with some of this assistive technology that we mentioned. This is some pictures of assistive technologies. These are, this is a Braille, refreshable Braille machine, and it'll take the content that's on a computer and actually create Braille so that's touchable. This is a Braille printer, and then this is a person using a screen reader, just with the keyboard. And it has a built-in refreshable Braille as well. And then most people now that are visually impaired are using their mobile devices to gain access to content. So what do we know about assistive technology? Assistive technology cannot read content presented in images. So therefore, what we need to do is provide alternative text. And I'm going to demonstrate that both in Word and in Canvas. It can tab from link to link. So that's one of the reasons why we want to make links descriptive. It can skip from headings to headings. So we want to structure with hierarchical headings. And we're going to do a little demonstration right after this. And it can it cannot accurately transcribe audio. So that's why we want to caption video and transcribe audio. I'm going to demonstrate a screen reader with the help of a recording. This is Lucy Greco. She's an accessibility evangelist here on campus. She's with the Web Access team. And let's see how.
UC Berkeley Extension. Intro to Course Accessibility. Example of course content with headings.
Here we go.
Here is an example of how a page with good headings looks to a screen reader user. I'm going to start at the top of the page again.
Accessible example.
And I'm going to use my H key.
Accessible example heading level 1 clickable.
I've got heading level 1, which is accessible example. I'm going to hit it again.
Accessible course page heading level 2 clickable.
I've got the next one, which is a heading level 2 that says I'm on the accessible course page.
Learning objectives heading level 3 clickable.
I have my learning objectives, which is the next level, and it's also a 3.
Activities heading level 3 clickable.
I've got activities.
Lecture heading level 4 clickable.
And I have lecture. Very nicely laid out, really together. I'm going to show you this in the headings list.
Links list dialog. Link is escape. Heading list dialog. Heading.
And here you see what the headings are on the page and a nice outline of your course is laid out for the student. A student can easily go to the lecture, for example, by hitting the letter L.
L. Learning objectives :3.
Learning objectives.
L. Lecture :4.
And lecture. And so they can quickly now hit their keystroke.
Enter. Heading level 4 lecture clickable.
And it brings the screen reader user right to that heading so that they don't have to search for it on the page. This also is a really good idea for them to get the priority of things and understand what the hierarchy of your page is.
So that's Lucy Greco. She's demonstrating with her screen reader, and you could tell with her voice that she's actually pretty excited that the content is accessible. And that content as well is visually, it was easy for us to follow as well. So it's good for all learners, not just those using assistive technology. So I want to go through the headings, best practices, and everyone got a handout, correct? All right, so I'll go ahead and read these because they are really important. Use headings to structure all pages and documents based on the main topics and subtopics, such as Module 1, readings required, etc. Adhere to the correct order of headings and don't skip heading levels. So don't go from an H2 to an H4. You want to go from H2 to an H3, and then, if necessary, go to the H4. Use headings to divide blocks of text into manageable sections. By breaking up page content into smaller chunks, the materials become more easily interpretable. And I'm fairly sure Rita probably mentioned some of that earlier this morning about chunking your materials into smaller units. Don't pick heading styles based on aesthetics or because you like the font or color, etc. That's something that a lot of people who do see headings, they'll structure it just because it looks a certain way, but it actually needs to follow a semantic structure. So use headings to communicate structure and semantics. Each heading 1 and heading 2 name should be unique. That's definitely so that folks don't get confused. And then in Canvas, the highest customizable level in B courses is H2. This is because Canvas automatically assigns an H1. And when we're in Canvas, I'm going to show you where that H1 is located. Okay, so this is why I asked if everyone had a pen, because what I want you to do to ground yourself in this idea of headings is to go through this document and add an H1, an H2, an H3, and H4 to the heading level. So here's your document, and I'm going to go ahead and help you out here. So the top one right here, that's going to be your H1, Accessibility Quick Start Guide. The next level is accessible, which is your H2. And then there's a little one right here, definition. It's in H3. And you can tell that it's a little bit larger font than the normal font here. And then there is going to be a level 4 in the next page that I'm not going to point out, and hopefully you all will find. But if you could go through and just mark it up. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and stop you there. So what I'm going to go to next is this Microsoft Word tutorial, and we just created this this last semester, and it basically, it's a step-by-step guide on how to create an accessible Word file, and it's using this Accessibility Quick Start Guide as an example. So I'm going to go to Configure section, and I'm going to download an unremediated file. So this is the unremediated version. The way that we add headings, there's 2 ways. One of them is, first of all, if you look at this, we call it like what you see is what you get editor. But it's telling me that the font is Palatino, the size is 20. And then I'm gonna go to the style pane right here. And then it's telling me that it's a normal style. So everything is actually a normal style on this document. It's just been changed using this this rich text editor, I guess you could also call it. So this is 16. This heading is 16, and with that Palatino style. But the real way we want to do it is by using the headings. And what we need to do first is, instead of styles in use on this list section, I'm going to go to all styles. And then it lists all the possible styles that Word could use or could implement. What I'm going to do is, because I want to keep that look, I don't want to change the look based on what if I hit this heading right here, that's their heading. I don't really like that right now. So I'm going to undo that. And so instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this pull down on where the heading is at, and I'm going to say update to match that selection. And then it changed that current style to heading 1. Okay, so I'm going to do this to the whole document, so you're going to get used to this. So the next level is, what's the next level? Okay, heading 2. So I'm going to do that again. So what I'm doing is I'm defining the heading by updating to match that selection. And then the next level is level 3. Okay. And then once I define it, then I could use up here by just selecting it. I could highlight it, and then that's a level 3. And then it goes to list, and then I'm going to go back to a level. What level is list? Okay, great. Okay, and then overview is a level 3. Best practices a level what? 3 as well. And then bulleted list. Okay, that's where our 4 is at. So that's where I'm going to come back here and define it by updating that to match that selection. Okay, and then numbered list is also going to be a 4. And then once it's defined, then I could use this, the rich text editor, and just click on that. So it should be a lot easier now. So avoid inline styling, which is the level 2. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the whole document so that I could show you some of the functionality that you get after you've defined your styles. So best practices is a level 3. Alternative text is level 2. Overview is going to be a level 3. Best practices is a level 3. There's an image there. Starting to talk about links, there's a level 2. Overview is going to be a level 3. Best practices, as long as I'm on that line, I don't really have to highlight it. It should click in. Let me just make sure. Yeah, that worked. Use color strategically. It looks like there's an extra space on there. That's a level 2. Best practices is a level 3. Tables is a level 2. Overview is a level 3. Best practices is a level 3. And that should have been the last one. There's an example of a table there. Okay, so after doing this, how many people had used headings in the past? Oh, okay, so there's actually that survey may have been correct then. And if you're working on a dissertation, or if you've worked on a dissertation, this is where it comes in handy, right? Very, very much so. So the other thing that we could do now that we've defined our headings is we could go through and modify it. So I'm going to go to heading level 2. I'm going to modify the style, And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give it the box that we have on here, just so that becomes more pronounced. So the way that we do that is the format section. We're gonna go to the border, and then the fill color will be a light blue. And the border will be a box. And then I'm gonna say okay. And then I'm gonna do an okay again. And then now all of those H2s now have that heading. So it doesn't have to be a border. It could be the spacing between words or between sentences, between lines. It could be, you want to change the font type instead of the Palatino, you could change it to Times New Roman or what have you. But this way, if you're working with a big document, a large document, it's going to be universal. You could just change it in the click of a button.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So with those where you had a bunch of the same like H2s, the first time you said match to existing style. When you subsequently assign things as H2, do you just use whatever style is then?
Then I was using this up here. Is that what you mean?
Okay, so then it
Ye-
makes that the default.
Yeah,
for H2 for
it
every-
defines it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
Good question.
I think, from a sort of use perspective of Word, this is almost reverse engineering it. Because when I use headings, I write a document, and first thing I type the title, and I take it in as title. And so in the entire document, as I go on writing it, that actually I put the headings in right as it starts. And so then when I write a new heading, I click on on the thing right away, and then it's in that formatting. And then you also have the nice table of contents.
Yeah, you're stealing my thunder.
I know.
Okay, so that's couldn't help it. Okay, so under reference on the ribbon, you could go ahead and automatically hit this table of contents, and it'll add that all your headings are listed in there. And again, for a large document or for your dissertations or your whatever articles you're writing, this really comes in handy. And if you do go back and make updates, you just have to right click on it, and you could update it, and it'll paginate for you.
There's also the one that allows you to move within your document on the left-hand side.
Oh, over here?
Yeah, the tab. You're on the first tab now. If you go to the second tab. No, sorry. Yeah, the bullet points, I think.
Yeah, I think that's what's supposed to be right.
Yeah.
And
Down a little bit.
field. Down.
One more down.
Down.
One more down.
There
you go.
Oh, okay.
And then you can jump to anywhere within your document.
There
it's
you
great
go.
if you're writing like 100-page thing.
Nice. That's a great feature. I hadn't seen that before. Appreciate that. So that's how you do headings in Word. And it's not difficult, right? And it's, again, we're adding that semantic structure, and it's going to benefit everybody, especially the authors, but screen reader users are going to have access to your content now, and they're going to be able to navigate a lot easier.
If you copy and paste text from Word into Microsoft PowerPoint, will it keep those?
A lot of times it does, but you want to make it native to PowerPoint. You want to be able to control your styles in that particular platform. A lot of times it'll import a lot of extra stuff that you can't get rid of afterwards as well, and it causes more problems than anything. So the tutorial that I mentioned, it doesn't just focus on headings. It'll go through all the other aspects of a document, of an accessible document as well, and it's there for you to peruse as you wish. But it's self-contained, and there's screenshots for every step of the way as well. Okay, so let me go to this demo A, and the reason why I created this demonstration is this is how a screen reader would navigate the page. It's all clustered together, except for the tables. but it would be really hard for a person to navigate this with the screen reader, but also just even a person without any visual impairments. So I'm going to go ahead and show you how to add headings. So I go to edit. And before I do that, let me just show you. This is a page. This is one of the most underused features in B courses is the pages. And so the way you create a new page is you go to pages on the left, you go view all pages, and then you just hit this plus pages, and it'll create a blank document. And it's basically like a web page that you could import content into. But I do want to be on this demo A. So this is, so I'm gonna go ahead and hit edit. And then I'm gonna get to that module 1. I'm gonna hit return. I'm gonna highlight it. And then where it says paragraph, I'm gonna switch that to heading 2. Now notice it's not letting me select the heading 1. That's because the heading 1 is the name of this page, which is demo A. So it automatically keeps you from having 2 heading 1s, which would be very confusing for a screen reader. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the next heading, which is learning objectives. Highlight it, and then just go to, I'll say this is a heading level 3. There's the resources, hit return, highlight it. And again, Canvas is making it easier for me by just using the rich text editor to highlight and assign the heading. The next one is knowledge check. I'm gonna hit return, highlight it, go to the paragraph, heading 3, and then I'm gonna save it, and then let me just make this a little smaller. But just visually, it's going to be easier for everyone to navigate this page now than it was previously. And we did it using just the built-in rich text editor of Canvas. Any questions about that? So now we all learned about headings in both Word and in B courses. And it's, again, we're heading toward universal design now, where folks with a screen reader or assistive technology are going to be able to navigate it without anyone else's assistance. Let me go back to my, okay, the next thing I want to do is a little section on alternative text. So alternative text overview. So all photos and graphic images that are essential to understanding the content of a course page or document must be assigned an alternative text. Focus on consciously identifying the content and function of the image. So when they say function, it's usually when you have an image and you link it to another page. So that's actually creating a function. Other than that, we're focused on the content. So alternative text best practices are to be succinct. This means the correct content, if there is content, and function of the image, if there is a function, should be presented as concisely as possible. Typically no more than a few words, but a few sentences works just fine. Don't use the phrases image of or graphic of. That'll be redundant for the screen reader. Decorative images are design elements that enhance the tone and visual consistency of a document, but they don't convey meaning essential to understanding content. It's basically eye candy. They require alternative text, but it's just, it's called null, N-U-L-L, where you just, in web pages, it's quote unquote. In Word, it's quote space quote. And in that way, when you do that, the screen reader will just skip that altogether. This is really important. The last point, if the content or function of a photo or image is properly described in the adjacent text or paragraphs, the alternative text can be nulled. So a lot of times people will put in images in their documents without describing what they are. They just put the images in there. Other times it'll be very robust. Like for instance, if there's a graph, the X and Y axis and the relationship or the trends of the graph will be explained. In that case, you don't have to add alternative text. So it's just a best practice for everybody actually to describe the image in the text adjacent to that image itself. Okay, so this is going to be a pair share activity, and inside on page 3, there's an image that is it's not, it could be decorative, but we're going to say it's not decorative. It's relaying this sense of calm and beauty to an accessible page, let's say. So this is why I was hoping you would have a pen and paper. So this exercise would be in pairs. So if you could pair up and just write what the alternative text for this would be. And then we're going to take that alternative text and we're going to put it into Word and into B-Courses. So this will just be like a 4-minute exercise. So if you could pair up and just describe the content of the image. Okay, we're ready to regroup, and I'm hoping we can have someone share what they came up with for the alternative text. Any volunteers?
Yes.
Great.
We came up with 4 vertically stacked smooth round river rocks representing Zen calmness and balance with a monitor in background depicting a meditating person.
Wow. I'm going to applaud that one. That was great. Anyone else?
We went with the concise route of.
Say that again?
We went with the concise route of Zen in the workplace.
Zen in the workplace. Okay, that's very concise. Anyone else? Now, there were some questions about context, the use of color, who is more apt to provide the best description of this as well. So for some people, the rocks weren't calm, that it was because it was so close to the computer, it was creating this anxiety. All of those are fair questions and instances.
We were like, okay, in our having to choose, we're ignoring the fact there's a cup and a pen there as, well, that's not important. So that's kind of an interpretation on our part of, those are just there in the picture.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a tricky bit.
Exactly. And that's an alternative text. Writing alternative text isn't always going to be so easy. You have a question?
Yeah, I was just curious if you thought that there's a difference in how we describe these texts, if it's an image we've chosen for a specific function versus an image that we need to be interpreted by the students. So in the second case, in my mind, that would be something we sort of describe more, like exactly the different things so they can do the interpretation. Does that
Yeah, and that's where the subject matter expert is the best person to describe the image itself. And then the other thing is, if you have images in quiz questions, you could be giving away the answer, depending on how you write the alternative text in itself. So this is what the subject matter expert for the course that this was used in wrote: 4 smooth rocks balanced in a tower on a desk. In the background, a yoga pose and silhouette is shown on a computer desktop. Notice how they also did not describe the cup or the pen. So great, thanks for engaging in that activity. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab that and then I'm gonna go back to Word. Let me see. Okay, so this one has 2 images. The first one is eye candy. It doesn't convey any real meaning. And so what I'm going to do, I'm on a Mac. I'm going to right click on it and go to Format Picture. It's also Control click on a Mac, or just right click on a Windows machine, Format Picture. And Windows 360 made it a lot easier. It shows up right away, but on on this version of Word, it's in this layout and properties section, and then I got to open up alternative text. We don't have to worry about the title. It's just the description. So I'll go ahead and, actually this is a null. So it's quote space quote for a decorative image. Okay, in Canvas it's going to be a lot easier. I'll demonstrate that next. But it's quote unquote, and then that way the screen reader is just going to avoid this altogether. It's like it's never there. I'm going to go to the next image, which is the image in question. Oh, the text box is already open for me, so I'll just go ahead and hit paste. So there it is, and I just added alternative text to that document. So it's not very difficult, but it is essential for screen readers. Next,
Just a quick question following up on that.
Sure.
When you convert to a PDF, I assume it automatically takes that alternative text along with it?
Yeah, it'll take it. Good question. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the accessibility basics and go to the alt text section. And there's that image. And I'm also going to take this time to demonstrate the Ally tool. It's notice. Do you notice anything different about this image at all? It's reverse. And then there's also some.
That little dial.
It's got the dial thing. Yeah, so that's a indicator. And if I click on that indicator, it's telling me that the image does not have meaningful description. And then if I click on what this means, it gives me a definition of what the image description is or the alternative text is. It also provides like a how to write a good description. So they have an image down here. So a farmer standing in a field of yellow canola crops with a sign in the foreground reading grown for biofuel. So there's an example there for you. And then I could also indicate that this is a decorative image. So I could do it that way. And then if I still have problems, I could go to this help. And it'll allow me to browse for help files. But there's also this request for help. And if you type in a little note there saying that I need help, it actually comes to me. So, and it'll tell me what page you were on when you were having the problem, so that we could arrange for a consultation. That's how bad I'm waiting for consultations from y'all. Okay, so that's using the Ally tool. If I go to B courses, if I hit edit, there's the image, it's coming up. I'm just gonna click on it one time, and then there's the embed image on the rich text editor. Does everyone see that? Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on that. And then there's a place for the alternative text right here, and I'll go ahead and hit paste. Or I could indicate that it's decorative as well. So I don't have to worry about the quote unquote in B courses. Hey. Okay, so I just added the alt text. I'm gonna hit update. And then I'm gonna hit save. And let's see what happens. All right, so my indicator went from red to green. And that's alternative text. So we just did it in 2 different formats, and it's not very difficult. If you don't remember this particular course, this accessibility basics course, it'll show you the best practices, and then it goes through and it'll show you how to do it in B courses as well. And then just there's also how to do decorative images, and then we actually have like a little quiz as well on alt text for you there. Any questions about alternative text? Okay, so the next question is captions. We're gonna go through all of these, and then I'll give one more demonstration about the Ally tool, and then I'll leave it open for questions and answers. But captions are are next. Now, the university has a contract. It's a system-wide contract through the Office of the President to work with 3Play Media to caption, to provide captioning, and it's about $2 a minute. The university isn't going to pay for it, but you actually have to set up an account, and there's a processing a purchase order tutorial here on how to set it up. The important features about best practices they're pretty needed because a lot of people are just using YouTube auto-generated captions and they're not as accurate. You have a question?
Sorry, I had a question about what you were just saying about 3Play Media. So we can get things captioned for free if we sign up, or we have to pay even though?
Yeah, you have to set up an account and so that it's billed to whichever department that you're part of or whatever. Yeah,
okay.
but it's a lower rate than most people would pay.
Okay.
The other thing to do would be to do the auto captioning, but to go through and then refix them, re-edit them, and to make sure that there are these important features. Number one, that they're accurate and complete, that sound effects are included. So if music is playing, you just have to have like a bracket that music is playing. That if there's more than one person speaking, that it does say speaker 1, speaker 2, or the name of the person who's speaking. That way that a deaf person is able to follow along. And then there's just a couple of items about the types of files. So YouTube likes SRT files and SCC files. There's a YouTube video on how to create captions there as well. And then there's a tutorial on leveraging your YouTube files. It's a step-by-step guide on how to download a video and to re-upload the SRT files.
Can I ask a clarifying question? This keeps sounding like it's your videos on YouTube, but what if you want to play someone else's, or it's not your video?
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about it unless you have a person with a letter of accommodation. And then at that point, when you have that letter of accommodation, then someone in alternative media through the DSP office will help get that captioning done for you.
Okay. And you just give them all the links when you're in communication?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my understanding. What we're talking about though is preemptively doing it as well, to get that universal design aspect in place. But in the end, the fact that these are password protected courses, they're not open to the public, then the captioning is going to be more dependent on the letter of accommodation. If you were running a MOOC, an edX course, which is open to everybody, then everything has to be captioned right from the beginning. Thanks for that question. Okay, I'm going to go next to color. And so there's a couple of different aspects to this. One of them is be careful using green and red. Green and red or be careful using green and red to convey meaning. You could use green and red, but just if they're the only way to convey meaning, then people who are colorblind aren't going to be able to follow along. So usually there's like an asterisk next to that image or to that color that will demonstrate what the meaning of that color is. But if you could avoid it, just avoid it altogether. There's 2 examples here of using color in the wrong way and the right way. For the most part, you can't really determine this unless you have some kind of a program. And there's an application that you could download for free. It's called Color Contrast Analyzer. I'm gonna go ahead and open it up, and it'll grab the background. Let me see if I could do this right here. So there's this little dropper, So if I grab the dropper and I go over that color, that's the foreground, and then I go to the background color, it's telling me the contrast ratio up on top, which is 1.2 to 1, which fills the color contrast ratio. So it doesn't meet the minimum requirement. Which, if you can't, it's pretty difficult to read anyways, right? So it kind of didn't matter on that one. On this blue one here, I'm gonna go ahead and do the same thing. I'm gonna go to that blue. Where'd you go? Oh, it crashed. Let me see if I open it up again. It usually doesn't do that, but it's okay. I'll just demonstrate it again. So I'm gonna grab the blue, and then get the background. And then this is showing me that the color contrast is 7 to 1. So just, and then there's a link to the color contrast analyzer in the resource page. There's also a ColorZilla and color contrast checker. But just be conscious of when you're using colors that they have enough strong enough color contrast ratios so that it's visible for everybody, particularly people with visually impairments. Any color contrast questions?
What was the name of the app again, please?
Sure. It's a color contrast analyzer, and it was created in Europe. So they spell, where did it go? Oh, here we go. So it's color, C-O-L-O-U-R, color contrast, and an analyzer without the Z. It's with an S. It's an easy download. It's with that link. And again, I'm going to send out this PowerPoint slide. It's just download right here, and it's a safe site. It's probably the most popular color contrast tool on the market right now, and it's free. Okay, so we've gone through headings. If you forgot about the headings, there's a tutorial. There's a step-by-step guide on how to add them right there. I'm gonna avoid the iframes and the inline styling. I'm just gonna mention that inline styling has to do with that question that you mentioned about cutting from Word and pasting into another document. A lot of times it'll bring in all of the rules that are associated with that particular style, and it'll overwrite the rules of your web page or your Canvas course. And that's really important because a lot of times the rules will define how what size the font is. And for people that use zoom text, or they blow up the screen, they enlarge it, then sometimes the rules that are defining the size will keep it from working properly. Okay, next I'm gonna go to links. And
so
links.
Are you saying that you can't paste in, or is there an option to paste without any formatting?
Yeah, so if you go to edit, you could go to edit and paste. It'll say paste and match the style, or paste and without formatting. Or you could use what I like to use is I use Sublime Text. It's a text editor, and you could just this just strips out all the content altogether. Okay, so next are links, which are what we want are self-describing links. So we want to use descriptive hyperlinks that label the destination so it makes sense out of context. And again, the screen reader will be able to tab from link to link, but if it says something like click here, it doesn't have any context at all, and it's just going to be confusing. And some pages have click here, click here, click here, and that's going to be very confusing to the screen reader user. So one of the suggestions that I give is to look at the destination site, and now that you know about headings, try to use the heading 1 or the heading 2 as the name of the link. So what I did, and then Canvas has the link tool in the rich text editor. what I did at the bottom is I have on the sources, I purposely made one link not self-describing. And for anyone, it doesn't make sense what that link is going to go to, right? The first link. So that's just an example. Whereas the other ones are self-describing. Okay, and next I'm going to go to list. And list is really, this is so simple. It makes perfect sense to use the rich text editor. So I have, there's two best practices. So one of them is use bulleted lists to imply when they're not to imply ranking or chronology of importance when compared to numbered lists. And numbered lists demonstrate relationships by implying a ranking or chronology of importance. So I'm going to go ahead and hit edit, and I'm going to use that rich text editor. And I'm going to highlight that list and just go to bullet, list bullet. And there it is. It made the bullet list. Now, one of the things that we see people doing is using asterisks to create their own bulleted list. But the screen reader user isn't going to have that same experience. When the screen reader gets to this list, it's going to say list, and then it's going to say how many items it is, and then it'll start reading it off. So let me go to the, there's another list here for making a cake. So this does require an order, so I'm going to use the numbered list, and there you have it. So that's pretty easy, pretty intuitive, no big surprises there, and it looks nice as well. So there's the tutorial, just in case you forget. There's where I got the bulleted and a numbered list. Does anyone here comfortable with HTML? There's a couple folks out there. Okay, so this is for you. Everyone else could listen, but sometimes you're going to want to create complex lists. And this is an example where you have nested lists, and you have the number 1 and then A, B, C. I provided the code on how to do that. You would do that in the HTML editor. Or there's even more complex where you have one uppercase A and then the letters, lowercase a's, or lowercase letters. So I provide the code for that as well. And then sometimes you might want to start at a different number other than 1. And so there's code on how to start at a different number as well, just in case.
Can you copy out of Word with formatting into eCourses and preserve that formatting?
You could try it, but I haven't had that luck. Yeah, the other way to do it would be to do the HTML and use the HTML editor in bCourses. Okay, and then the last thing on this particular page is on tables. And this is a common problem is folks would use tables for layout. So yeah, so you've had that experience. It's really confusing for screen readers. They're expecting to have data relationships. And when you're using it for layout, for visual layout, it's just going to be very confusing for them. It's better to use CSS for layout in HTML. So these are the best practices. Avoid large, complex data tables by dividing them into smaller individual tables. Don't use fixed width or fixed length pixels. Again, this is for people that zoom their content. It's better to use percentages, and it's more flexible, and it looks better on mobile as well. Don't use a table if there's only one column. Instead, just use a list. We've seen that a lot, actually. Try not to merge cells. When you're merging cells, you make the table a lot more complex. It's more difficult to navigate. And then add a caption for the table so that you could have a table title. And then the last thing, the last two things are tables actually have headings as well. And I'm going to demonstrate that. They have headings and they have scopes so that it'll either be a column scope or a heading scope. So let me demonstrate that so that it makes a little bit more sense. So I'm going to go ahead and hit edit. And I'm going to go to that table. And this is a fairly recent update to Canvas where they allow you to add headings. So what I'm going to do is there's the rich text editor. There's a table icon, and I'm going to pull down and go to the cell properties. And then the cell type, instead of none, I'm going to say it's a header cell. And then the scope is column. The other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the table properties. And I'm going to tell it to add a caption. And then I'm going to hit OK. And I'm going to hit save. Where did you go? Okay, here it is. So by adding the heading, it made it a little darker and it centered it, the time and the topic. I need to go in and still add the caption to it, but by adding the heading to the table, when a screen reader is navigating this particular table, it'll read the header, which on this row here is topic. So it'll go to, like, let's just say if it's in this third row, second column, before it reads designing the digital learning experience, it'll say topic. So it'll read that heading before it reads the SAL data. And that makes it so much easier for the screen reader to navigate that table. And then, yeah, I added the table code just in case for the folks that are more comfortable using HTML. But there's a screenshot on how to add the table caption and the header cells as well. So it's all there for you. And you'll have a link to this Accessibility Basics course. And again, by incorporating these simple features, I don't think anything on here was too difficult, was it? It's just a lot of individual things, but by doing that, you're creating a universally designed course, B-course page. And then speaking of which, let me go to I'm going to do a Blackboard Ally demonstration using this introduction to course accessibility. So this course was built for instructors here at UC Berkeley, and it's all things accessible. So the first module will every module has an interview with someone with a disability, either an alumni or a student, and they talk about their experience here on campus or on other campuses. And then there's a lecture. And then you could download the transcript. You could download the PDF file as well, the PowerPoint. Oh, okay. And then there's resources on disability services here on campus. So the one thing that I wanted to show you is on Module 4, there's the Accessibility Quick Start Guide, and there's a green indicator and a red indicator. The green indicator is that it's accessible. The red indicator is showing that it's not, and it'll tell me what the problem is if I click on it. And in this case, it's a scanned image. Now, for your students, if you go to this pull down right here, you could go to alternative formats, and you could download that particular file in other format types. So HTML is one of the format types that is available, and that's something that mobile devices will more likely gravitate to. But see, notice how it saves the headings, and it's also scalable. So if I go to the size of a mobile phone, it's all there, that document. So it provides multiple means of representations for your documents. The other thing that it does, let me go back really quickly, and then I need to end really soon. If I go to that pull down, go to alternative formats, there's a translation as well. So it has over 30 languages that are translatable. And I'm gonna go to the Spanish version just because I've downloaded it before, and it'll upload right away. But it converted the file to Spanish language. So that's a product of the Blackboard and Ally tool, and it's available to your students. The last thing I'm going to show you is in Module 6. Module 6 is dedicated toward an accessible syllabus template. So you could download this. This is coming out of UC Berkeley Extension, but you could download the syllabus. And there's a step-by-step guide on how to format it and how to keep it formatted. But it has all the headings. It has all the proper semantic structure that you need in order for it to be accessible. But again, I thought since you guys were talking about syllabi earlier, that this might be helpful for you as well. Okay, and that's the end of my presentation. Any quick questions before I hand over?
Is the link to those templates available? How do we get to that?
So you're going to get a link to my presentation, and this is under Introduction to Course Accessibility, and that was under Module 6. I'm glad you thought that was helpful. Okay, I'm sorry it took so long. Thank you so much. Appreciate everything.
You really are going to only have to remember two things. One is the URL of the page I made for you, and the other is that the campus library and the campus librarians are here to help you with your teaching and research. So that's the only thing you need to remember, but there's a few more things I can mention. In a second. This is just sort of a short version of a web page we have, information for faculty and instructors. So some of the things that I pulled out to highlight. The library can give you help with textbook affordability. I don't know how many of you are assigning that sort of thing. If you're inclined to assign a reader, some huge percentage of things that people put in their readers, the library is already subscribed to. So we can give you advice about how to find those so you can put the links in B courses rather than have everybody go through the drama of getting those things into a reader. So we're happy to help you with that. You can also have librarians come and do research workshops for you. So if you think your students don't know how to do research, they probably don't know how to do research, I can pretty much guarantee. So the information for faculty guide is the full version of this. This is the greatest hits versions, but you can just fill out a little web form. It comes to me and I'll figure out which librarian might be the right person. We do want 3 weeks notice if it's possible. People's schedules get booked up and all of that sort of thing. But we're happy to, and I'll also help you to consult about assignment design. So if you're thinking, well, I'm thinking of doing this, I don't know how practical that is at this libraries, because there are over 25 libraries, 12 million volumes, and so on and so forth. By all means, contact me and I'll either talk to you about it or find somebody who can talk to you about it. Some things are realistic and some things are not. Also, if you're thinking, I'd like them to use the library, but gosh, we don't have time for the 8 to 10 page, the 10 to 15 page, any of that. We can talk about assignments that still have them learning how to find scholarly resources, but don't have them doing the full-on, semester-long paper, since you have only the summer to work with. We also have a guide on finding streaming media, which you can use in your classes, and some of them include some clipping services if you're thinking you'd like to, just use a clip. So that's a lot. There's a whole guide about this, and this guide is replicated in paper form in one of the handouts on the back table. And if you have questions, undoubtedly you will, there's contact information on here. It's probably best to use the AVMC, this link here. And I'm going to change it on the little guide I just made for you. I think Giselle's email box is pretty full. So keep that in mind. Also, for both you and your students, if you ever thought, well, really, my students need to find research help, not when the libraries are open, but at other hours, we've got you covered. We have 24/7 chat reference. Okay, so this is a national cooperative. Your students might be chatting with somebody from Florida or Minnesota or even England, but we're all trained to help each other's students. Okay, so for those 3 a.m. brilliant research moments, that's possible. We also still have the Doe Reference Desk in Doe Library. Second floor of Doe Library is open Monday through Friday, 10 to 5 during the summer. So we encourage students to drop in and ask for help. I like to encourage students not just to ask us their complicated, sophisticated questions, but the really basic little ones that you're embarrassed to ask, but they're the things that will drive you crazy. Like, what does UC eLinks mean? Where is my journal? What's going on with the printer? And actually the most frequently asked question is still, where is the bathroom? Which in Doe can be sort of a challenge. So really encourage students to ask any question related to library use. It's the great thing about the Berkeley libraries, it's big, world-class, and complicated. The bad thing about the Berkeley Library is it's big, world-class, and too complicated. So make sure you ask, and if you're new to campus, feel free to ask us your questions as well. We also provide support for your research. You can contact me for guidance. You can contact, each department has a liaison. Okay, and if you already are working with your liaison, continue to do so. That's wonderful. And we also have access to about 1,300 library databases that you can use. More of the Berkeley good news, bad news thing. And thankfully, you can look at it by subject, so you don't have to go through all 1,300 unless you'd like to. Also fine. We can help you. We have, of course, our famous Rare Books Library, Bancroft. We have a wonderful media resource collection. We've got people doing data. We've got people doing GIS, scholarly communication, digital humanities. So all sorts of things besides the books and articles, although that's really important too. And so I'm going to give you the guide, the URL to this somewhere. Okay. And actually, Douglas, can I just send you a URL that you could post somewhere?
Yep.
Okay. So, oh, nope, that was the wrong one.
No books, if the library does not already have them, and can those be made accessible through eCourses for this?
That's an interesting question. I don't think we collect a lot of audiobooks. We may have some. That's a good question. I don't know, but I'll ask. Do you have a pen?
I've ordered in the past films that the Media Center has gotten for me, so I didn't know if like Audible was a part of something.
I don't think we have that. No, the other thing you might look into is Berkeley Public Library. No, you might not get it. Berkeley Public Library is a terrific public library, and they have all sorts of services, and they're just downtown. So if it's something you want to happen fast, you might check out. They have great collections of ebooks and audiobooks and all that kind of stuff. We have ebooks. I'm not sure about audiobooks, but can you email me? My email address is going to be on this guide, and I left my card back there too. Remind me about the audiobooks thing, and I'll double check. I don't think we have a lot, but never say never.
Okay.
Great. Was there another question?
Yeah, I was curious if you guys have accessible like Oculus or the HTC Vive.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with those.
Basically, headsets for students to watch journalistic projects that are like immersive.
Oh, you know, I don't think the library, I don't know if the library does, but somebody on campus might. So Oculus, and what was the other one called?
HTC Vive.
HTC,
like cat.
oh, okay.
And then VIVE.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I wonder if that's something that ETS has or somebody like that, but I'll ask around. Okay. And could I ask?
A few immersive virtual reality studios on campus, but they tend to, like there's one at the iSchool, there's one at
They tend to not be very generous.
That's very true. Yeah. So I mean, there's a lot, as you know, there's a lot of hardware that attached to it.
Right,
so.
yeah.
Well, we have a makerspace in Moffett, and that's one of the few general use ones. However, the first floor of Moffett, where the Media Resource Center, the makerspace, all the fun places, was flooded recently, and they're just getting up and running. The makerspace is not quite back up yet, but I don't know if something like that is there, but we can find out, and we can see if anybody else has it too. Can you do me a favor and email me to remind me so that I have your email addresses? Okay. Any other? Yes.
So with the ebook question, so I see that the library owns 4 e-copies of the textbook that I'm using.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that 4 people can look at it at the same time, or is it like unlimited online viewing, but 4 people can download it, or?
It really depends on the company, unfortunately. And if you want to email me and send me the title, I can ask the selector because it depends on the company, depends on the contract, and goodness knows what other things. So if it's a really popular ebook, I'm hoping that somebody was smart enough to get an unlimited contract, but of course those cost more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that the sort of thing where if there's a demonstrated, because I mean we'll have like 40 kids hopefully using it,
Mm-hmm.
We could make that purchase for unlimited if we have a few weeks, or is that?
Well, maybe. I can't promise because it's somebody else's budget.
Exactly. Okay.
So and then some contract and so on and so forth. It's also a matter of how fast can we do it.
Yeah.
We are many things. Fast is maybe not one of them. Sorry, being realistic here. Anybody else? Any other questions? Okay. Well, if you think of anything else, please feel free to email me, even if you're like, oh, I'm not even sure if this is a library thing. Like, I don't know if this Oculus thing is a library thing, but guess what? We answer questions. That's our job. So we'll try to figure it out. Okay. Well, thank you.
We are going to talk sort of generally about some questions that people have had about teaching some courses / AC courses in summer. I don't teach, currently I don't teach an AC course. I teach summer courses, the R&C, the Reading and Comp classes. So a 10-week class every summer. I've done it for about 10 years, so that's why I'm so helping. I'm done at Flash. I'm a college writing.
My name is John Jordan. I'm a senior fellow in the Department of Ethnic Studies. I was trying to think earlier how long I've been. I started teaching summer courses back when I was a graduate student, and I think this will be my 12th summer teaching consecutively over the summer. The first few years doing some of the R&C courses, which I know some of you are familiar with, and then the last few years doing some of the AC courses, specifically the American Culture summer courses. And I know some of you are putting together some of your AC syllabi, and so between Donette and I just wanted to talk about some of the basic logistics, some of just the practical approaches to putting together syllabi, planning for classes, structuring classes in a summer format, just because as many of you are probably familiar with the normal semester format, but summer sessions, as you probably guess, are much quicker, much more abbreviated, and pose sort of their own unique challenges just in terms of how do you even approach this content in the scope of 6 to 10 weeks.
So we'll start with the first question that came up was, how do I set learning expectations for my students? And I think Rita talked a lot about that this morning. So my take on this question is that you want to, at a general level, talk to students about and try to practice as much as possible active learning, which was what she talked about this morning. So in my view, I set expectations by talking to students about what active learning means to me, maybe elicit some feedback from them about what it means to them, and I sort of start off with, just talking generally about the importance of peer-to-peer feedback as well as reflective learning. And by the way, the one thing I don't think I heard this morning from Rita was students are not always receptive to this idea. And I think especially when you're starting out as a teacher and you look young, which I don't anymore when I started 20 years ago, I did. There will be, you should expect some pushback because it's not a familiar concept to them. And so you want to sort of think ahead about how you're going to get around the resistance, because there will be that to some extent. One way around, I think, maybe is to talk about why active learning matters. So explain your approach to it and why it matters, and maybe expect to sort of talk about it on an ongoing basis, not just I talk about it day one and I'm done sort of thing, but maybe to return to it in some.
And just to stress this sort of notion of active learning, one of the reasons summer poses a good opportunity to do that is only because I think a lot of you have familiarity with large lecture courses, right? Anywhere from 60 to 100, 125, 300 students. So many of the summer courses that we offer and that you'll be connected with are so much fewer students. And for a lot of students, they get by here at UC Berkeley by being one of 150 in a lecture hall. And during the summertime, especially if you have a smaller class, it's really difficult for students to pretend to be this quiet student who sits in the back, who's just gonna listen and sort of duck out. Especially if you only have 15 to 20, it can be an intimidating environment for a lot of summer students just because they're walking to a room, maybe you only have 15 to 20, and that's a learning environment that they might be uncomfortable with because the potential that they're gonna have to say something suddenly goes up. And the fact that you want to stress this active learning and stressing peer-to-peer is so important just because of that smaller classroom context that poses for some students sort of can be intimidated by that just because they know that they might actually have to say something.
I also think it's important to know that you can use some of the strategies of active learning can be used in larger lectures as well. Last time I did this, I think I sort of emphasized that I teach very, very small classes, and so I didn't feel like I could speak to larger issues, but I've seen so much research out there that you can use active learning in a large classroom, and Charlotte can probably speak to that because you were voted the person with the highest, with the biggest class this morning, so largest enrollment. So.
What kind of students can I expect out of my summer class? Summer classes range, and they really range in the type of students that you get. In addition to your bright-eyed 18-year-olds who are there for the first time, in my experience, summer classes provide an opportunity for so many different types of students to be in the classroom setting. Just to give you a sense, that can be students who are maybe on summer bridge. Maybe they haven't even taken a Cal class yet, and they're here, and this might be the first ever exposure to a class from a Cal. You may have students on the very other end who may be walking next week and have that one class left, and you're that barrier. There's that one class that they just didn't take throughout their 4 or 5 years, and you're that person who's going to give them that final grade. Already, those are two very different types of students. Directly on their way in, directly on their way out. But also in my summer courses, I've had sort of your non-traditional students, students who have part-time, full-time jobs, and are able to squeeze in a summer course because they're working toward their degree on probably a longer scale. And so when you start to put this together, usually when you have a really big class, those students can be in the minority. But when you only have a class of 15 to 20 students, all of a sudden those different types of students are represented on a much broader scale. So you may have 5 students who are just coming in. You may have 5 students who walked and told everyone they graduated, but they actually haven't yet. You may have like a bunch of these students who are coming in late because they're working for their degrees, and with only 15, 20, maybe a little bit more students, those are your students. And some students are really ambitious. They take these summer classes because they know they want to get these things out of the way so they can spend time during their normal semesters taking other classes. But your summer classes is going to be a very wide range of personalities, a very wide range of backgrounds, and it's just that has been consistent almost every year that I've been in the class.
It's funny we didn't talk about this question, but that's exactly what I wrote in my notes, is that you get the full range, and that's exciting, and it's the challenge of teaching the class.
Sure.
So one suggestion I have is Charlotte was shared last year when we did this about using note cards, and I've used note cards a lot in the past year. It really comes in handy. So at the beginning of the class, I ask people a reflective question, often about sort of what's your level of engagement, interest in the course material, with no judgments, and I make that very clear. I'm not judging you. If you're on a scale of 1 to 10, how engaged are you in a poli-sci 1 class that I do teach part-time somewhere else? If it's a 0, that just puts the pressure on me to elevate you to a healthy. balance, not, you don't need to be a 10. So I ask a question about level of interest and engagement, and then maybe a 1 or 2 sentence answer explaining why did you pick a 3. And they are very thoughtful, and the reason I do that is I don't want to make assumptions about students because of that range, and you're going to get 0s and you're going to get 10s in terms of, and then it's exciting opportunity to sort of figure out how to teach a class with that mix.
Can I ask, do you do that where they're identifying themselves or not?
Yes, I do. Sometimes I ask them for feedback where they don't, but for that one, it's sort of my getting to know them, and because they're usually receptive to it. You can always give them the opt-out if they don't want to, but yeah, I feel like, yeah, you could do it either way.
I would correct me. We were in a class a couple semesters ago where the instructor, I thought it was really awesome because she did it anonymously and it had real-time results up. And that way everybody in the class would kind of see that there's diversity in the range. And that way it's also that notion of like, you know, if the teacher is going to go over a lot of things early on, and this is a content area you're already coming in with knowledge about, you understand why.
Right.
Or if there's
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
I'm
Yeah.
not sure how she did it, but
Yeah.
I'm just bringing it up.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a very good point. Yeah.
Do you want to start on this one? Go for it.
Yeah. I'll just say good luck.
Yeah, really.
How do I lesson plan for long classes? I would say, well, first of all, try not to over prepare, but if you're at the beginning of your teaching career, you will. It's normal and it's going to happen, so my saying it doesn't help. Well, what you're going to do is you're going to over prepare because, I don't know, I guess you need to think about why do we do that. Maybe you're afraid, like the nightmare is really, I could show up to class and I got nothing. I still have that nightmare. So what you want to do is do the over preparing because that's how we work. But then you have to scale back. It's not going to work for the students. You're just throwing all this information at them. It's not the depth that you want. You want to sort of scale back, but also you want to scale back because it gives you opportunities for the interactive learning. That's really the key. So.
Way back when I first got assigned my first summer course, I pictured these 3 days, right? This Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and they're 2.5-hour sessions. And my first thought was, am I going to be able to like physically lecture for 7.5 hours? And that is so not the way to approach this, just because you have so much flexibility, especially during summer sessions, to play around with what you do in the classroom, to set it up in different ways. Just for a quick sort of template, the way I've, it started in the first year, it got better in the second. If you have a class that's sort of a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and that's like your technical lecture class, the way I've always thought about it is Tuesday, you do your thing, you do lectures, you do content in class, whatever that may look like. Wednesday is up to the students, meaning you have to do some prep work. They have a group presentation, they run a sort of discussion about a text or an article. Thursday, you bring in a guest speaker, you watch a film, you do a campus tour, so that following sequentially after maybe that week 1, starting week 2, the class has a very clear structure. And that Tuesday's you, Wednesday's them, Thursday is someone else. And what that does is it takes the burden off of you having to sit down and really gruelingly lesson plan minute by minute, 2.5 hours, 3 days a week. And it also gives, it brings more voices into the classroom. It gives you the opportunity to say things, but it allows time for the students to say what they want to say, but then also it's showing them the campus community with guest speakers, bringing people in. So it's really a matter of having a format that showcases this range of sort of what you can do.
Real quick question. I've grappled with and even talking to other instructors about how much of a video or moment is okay to show during class. It's like,
I think you could do more than you feel comfortable with, as long as it's so relevant and so fits with and it has stuff that you can work with to deepen the knowledge. So I still struggle with that, so I'm not really good at answering that.
You
you're asking about video, did I hear right?
Yeah.
About movies?
Yeah, like
So,
images.
I bring popcorn and then we have a discussion about it, so it's not just the babysitting watching.
Right,
the movie.
yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
I think because some students are still used to thinking, I think they still do this in high school, way back in the day, but that movie days, it's like your time, yeah, so you wanna shift that thinking and just make sure that it fits with the material and that there's enough to discuss and that it fits with your learning objectives as well.
So sorry. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I don't know if everybody knows about this resource. Did Giselle come in?
I saw her for a minute.
She was in here, I don't know.
Yeah.
On the Media Resource Center website, which is one of the libraries with the digital media on campus, they have what's called the Clips Library. And faculty for a few semesters have been developing clips that have questions attached to them. So there could be some archives up there that are really interesting for you for your class. I found that they're a good way of not using too much media, but also having a real framework around them. And it's been faculty across the curriculum from different optics, from sociology to public policy, who are often asking different questions about the same media piece. So that's quite useful. And then everybody probably knows you've got access to Canopy. So, but sometimes giving a Canopy link and then having them review half on their own and then half in class can also break up and prepare the classroom.
Sometimes what I do too is I have a handout with some questions, so it keeps them engaged, and then after the discussions, the handout is a place to kind of get it, and then as long as you fill your handout, you get the credits. It's not extra hard grading for me, but it keeps them kind of like plugged in and they're not just completely zoned out, and then we have a more fruitful discussion at the end too.
So I think to Donnell's point about trying to disrupt sort of this high school thinking of movie day, this is just a day you want to check out and not have to do anything. The best way to do that is just with a lot of preparation to demonstrate that we're watching this for a functional purpose. So even posting questions the night before, maybe there's an article about the film that you assigned the day before, and know that there's going to be a follow-up after the film, knowing that there's a really strategic reason this film is taking up place.
Yeah. Sometimes helps if you explain the reason, right?
Absolutely.
You're explicit about that. Yeah, this is sort of a similar question about how to fit a semester's worth of course material into 6 or I teach a 10-week class, so it feels long. It's too long. I mean, one thing that helps me is to kind of think of the units of time. So I think 3 weeks is equivalent to what we should be doing in a month, right? So I know what a semester's worth of work feels like. So I think with a 6 week class, it means that you're doing the equivalent of a month's work in 2 weeks. That's how I think about it, and somehow that helps a little bit. Like, there's a paper due or some big sort of project that students are working on every 2 weeks, I would think, in a 6 week class.
Going into this, going back to that slide about sort of student expectations, one of the things that I think students want to know right off the bat is, I think a lot of students walk into a summer class and assume this is just an abbreviated, quicker way to get 4 units out of the way. That's not the case. We as instructors, we do have to fit a semester, because it's still 4 units, we still have to submit a semester's worth of content into 6 weeks. And so I think getting that out there right off the bat is important, just to let them know that this is grueling, this is intense, but we do it because we have to put some 4 units, 15 weeks into the 6 week format. The way I've approached it, and I think this goes back to my thinking towards sort of reading composition, is you have 6 weeks, and I remember being reading composition, having to teach like a 5-paragraph essay, that 5-paragraph, that horrible 5-paragraph. But I always think of it as the first week is like your introduction. The week 6 is the way you conclude, and weeks 2, 3, 4, and 5 are your pieces of evidence, right? Those are your arguments, those are your texts, those are your articles, those are whatever. There's where you present your case as to why this particular topic is important, and then you try to conclude in week 6 by summarizing all that. And I think it's thinking about 6 weeks in that format. You got your intro, you got conclusions, you got your body paragraphs, and I think your body paragraphs is that content that you're moving from 1, 2, 3. Because it's hard to introduce content, really strong content in week 1. It's hard to do it in week 6. Week 2 through 5 is where you have those really dedicated moments in which you can introduce concepts or ideas, and that's where you're making your case, and then you wrap it up, more or less try to wrap it up nicely in week 6. But that's sort of the structure I had in terms of trying to think about it in terms of how you write a paper.
Yeah, I think one slight difference for me is that I think of week one as really important. Like you have to get something, produce something solid in week one, whereas during the semester it feels like there are 2 weeks of just kind of flailing around, setting things up. So I just think come off the bat, I have an agenda, I have something I'm working towards that's doable in about a week and a half. So literally it's a short essay, maybe it's a personal narrative or something like that that's a little bit more manageable, but I want us to do something right off the bat so we're not wasting that time that we would normally have.
The other thing to think toward is in terms of scheduling, week one of summer sessions is always disrupted because of Memorial Day. Week one of session D is always interrupted because of 4th of July.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have these sprinkling of days that don't give you this really clean and solid 6 weeks. And when you're talking about a class that only meets a few times a week, missing a day can really be subtracting a lot of time.
Yeah.
Wow, this really varies. Especially your first time out. I think it's, if you're doing the summer course for the first time, I think the first year I did it, I really over-assigned reading. I made them, just because I think that's the tendency. You want to fill this syllabus up and you want to make it really detailed. I found that it's easier to add readings if they feel like it's not enough, rather than having to have students read a bunch of stuff and then have to take that away.
Or buy books
or buy
that
books,
you don't get to.
And this kind of goes into sort of over-preparing. I've kind of pulled back on how much of the reading that you try to get out there. As a rule of thumb, I think last summer when I did an AC course, we touched upon sort of one text in weeks 2, 3, 4, and 5, and there were selected chapters from those texts. I've taught courses where there's a concept from weeks 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then maybe there's 2 or 3 articles attached to that concept. But I think it's this really varies. But I think it's important to try not to throw at the 6 weeks everything. This is not a lit review, right? Don't try to throw everything you know about this topic at this particular course. Try to be really mindful of what you're assigned.
Mindful is a great word because I interpret the question as, I don't want to talk about amount of reading. I think we need to engage students in a different way to get them to think critically about reading. So my first thought was, a lot of your students, not all of them, but a lot of them will be new to academic reading and academic learning and inquiry. And so I think it's important to talk about reading with your students. First of all, to explain the relationship between the readings and what the other materials that they encounter. For example, I don't know that students understand why they're reading. Sometimes they don't read because they're like, well, I'm gonna go to lecture and the professor will explain what's in this. So it's really to supplement the reading. And maybe that's what you have the readings there for. Whatever it is, I think it's helpful to explain why the readings are there and why they should do it. Does that make sense? Also, I think, here's another note card opportunity. I ask students to reflect on what they think their strengths and weaknesses are as readers. I can get away with that maybe more because it's a reading and composition class, and I tell students, people forget about the reading part. This is really important to us. So what are your strengths and weaknesses? And I have them reflect quite a lot on their reading challenges. And I don't present the difficulties that students have with readings are not, they're not things that they should be embarrassed about. These are actually normal developmental things, like you're entering a new community, so the language, the vocabulary is strange. It should be strange to you, and it was strange to many of us at one point, but we've forgotten. So I really want to check in with my students throughout the semester about their reading in particular. So I'll do, sometimes it's really basic things, like I want you to figure out an annotation strategy that works for you, and I want you to share it with other people, and I want you to see how different people approach the readings. Or I'll just anything to have them to check in about reading and to reflect on reading. Let's see what else. So explain the purpose of the reading. They need guidance and a lot of reflection about reading. I guess the next thing is more for you. I am a big fan of John Bean's book about teaching. I forget the name of the book because I mainly focus on the, there's a chapter in the book about reading, and it's called Helping Students Read Difficult Texts. I think it's really brilliant, and I think we should all read it. I'm sort of he's really informative in terms of why students struggle with certain kinds of texts and how we can help guide them through it. So, sometimes it's basic things like giving them a reading guide. This is what I want you to think about when we read. And for some reason I was resistant to this. I thought, no, I want them to read and to struggle and to sort of process it on their own terms. But there are times when, and good reasons for asking them guiding questions sometimes, and especially in a summer class. If you can guide them through a book, it's going to go a lot quicker for them, I think.
Excuse me, what was his dog?
Oh, I think I might send that to Douglas, a PDF of the, and please read it. I think it's wonderful. That's it for reading on my end.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm not sure. Yeah. This one.
Yeah. This sort of goes into just because this goes into sort of the protocol of organizing a lot of your curriculum. I don't know about you, but with RNC, you're giving a lot of sort of written assignments, and I've found that in summertime is a really difficult time, especially given the structure of the courses, to be really enforcing like a in-class midterm, like a blue book midterm, or an in-class final. Where you have the summer presents such an opportunity to actually work individually, one-on-one with students, just because of the class sizes, that you can really have the opportunity to assess student learning really on a one-to-one basis or in a small group basis. And so because of that, it's just a really great time to offer reflective papers, to offer sort of short-term research assignments. It's hard when it comes to research just because if you're thinking about a research paper for your particular course, keep in mind it's 6 weeks, and that's a really consolidated time to be putting in place, students going to libraries, doing a lot of original research. I've always tended to lean more toward reflective assignments just because we have the time to do that. Students have the time to sit with the reading and offer perspective and connect it to discussions. When you're thinking about other types of assignments, you just have to really be mindful of your timeline and be mindful of what students can really productively do over 6 weeks.
I like
because that's a challenge.
Yeah, I like Corliss's idea of an abbreviated research paper, and I think there are a lot of there are abbreviated versions of a lot of things. We're supposed to require students to revise quite a lot especially in our 6th unit. There's a 6th unit RNC class in college writing for students who are writing phobic and really anxious. And they're supposed to do a lot of revision. Well, one of the revision of an essay, I asked them to reflect on the process and come up with a revision plan, right? So you could do an essay plan or a research proposal / plan, or what kinds of evidence could you use in the book to create an argument, and just pick the evidence and reflect on the evidence and how you could use the evidence, the quotes, the passages, to construct an argument. So they're not doing necessarily a full-fledged paper for at least one assignment. They're sort of going through the process. And to me, that's deeper learning, actually, right?
There's one assignment that, and this is a really unique situation. This is an upper division ethics course. This is a methods course. And especially in summer, that's a really abbreviated timeline to have them go do an original research project. So what we do is we focus specifically on one assignment that is sort of this research proposal, right? Setting aside and sort of going through the steps of a research project, going through the steps of doing original research. And one of the wonderful parts about that, and I know this is a really unique assignment in context because it's a methods course, but I frame it to them by saying, this is an assignment, with this proposal, this is something you can revise, you can look after, but maybe this becomes an honors thesis. Maybe this becomes a McNair Scholars project. Maybe this becomes something you take and you shop around with stuff to do. And students really like it because they realize they leave after 6 weeks with an assignment they can actually plug in to somewhere else on campus. So even though we only had 6 weeks together, they're leaving with something that's tangible. And what's been really great is to see students who use this proposal to do an honors thesis, or to do a McNair Scholars, or to use this for their graduate school application. But after 6 weeks, they're leaving with something tangible. I think that's one of my big goals, is that even though it's 6 weeks, even though it's abbreviated, but that students can have something they can use once the course is over.
I'm thinking of, it's a lot of questions about time. I don't know if you want to think about how much time should I expect to spend on the course. I guess maybe this one's reaching to time outside of class, obviously time spent outside of class, so prepping, but also maybe dealing with student anxiety and other things like that.
First year doing this, it's gonna be the longest this year. So, you know, your first year putting together a syllabus for a summer course, this is gonna be the longest you take doing this particular course. Why? It's just because you're generating all the new content. You're figuring out what works and doesn't work. You're figuring out the reading students like and don't like. When it comes to how much extra time, in the same way it's abbreviated and faster and more sort of intense for the students, it's that way for you too, because you're the one having to put this together. And so it gets better the second summer, it gets better the third summer, it gets better the fourth summer that you have these syllabi that you can make alterations to. But if it's your first summer putting together that syllabus, it can take a lot of work, and it takes a lot of in-class work, because you're figuring out what, this worked really well, this was a complete failure. Okay. And it takes your first time out to actually figure out what those things are.
So trying to honor the clock by speeding through. I'm wondering is there any of those, maybe that one?
Yeah.
How do I deal with difficult or sensitive discussions in class? That seems a part of the AC, teaching AC.
Victoria, have you done your little history of AC?
Not yet.
Not yet?
I think we're gonna break for those who aren't teaching AC.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. I won't take away from their show, but this goes into this broader question about some of you are teaching these AC courses. Full disclosure, I think the AC program is one of the flagship parts of our undergraduate curriculum here at Research. I think it's fantastic. I think, you know, coming from ethnic studies, African American studies, Native American studies, we often take it for granted that we talk about sort of equity and diversity inclusion in our classrooms. For some of you who are designing AC courses in other spaces, that can be a bit of a challenge. One of the reasons why I think the AC requirement is so fundamental is just because it not only impacts students in that they have to graduate with having taken on these AC courses, but I think it forces all of us who are teaching courses to be reflective about what we do in the classroom. And so I know it was put out there to make the undergrads were graduating this requirement, but I think it's been equally beneficial to the instructors who do AC, just because it with the AC program, with the review that's in place for syllabi, it forces us to be really thoughtful about the type of things we assign, the type of conversations we think are important in the classroom, and I think it's a great exercise just for all of you to experience. Those of you who are doing the AC courses. Any questions about anything more broadly?
That's it. There were some other questions about AC, but because Victoria and or Doug is going to talk a little bit about that, we'll maybe stop there.
Okay.
Yes. Great. Thank you.
Really, what I'm here to do as director of the American Culture Center is really to just situate the curriculum politically to, in some ways, green light the opportunities that get cracked open in an AC class, because it does come through a certain kind of pathway. So we know that it's the graduation requirement, and given that it's a requirement and that big R word sticks in front of so many students' minds that, why am I in here? Why do you make me take this? And I think that that's something that there's a lot of expertise in around this room, which is how do you move students through that big bump in their imagination about having to do something to wanting to do something? What are maybe some of the techniques we have in the room to build an opportunity set kind of mindset in the room, in the classroom? But also I think there's been, in my mind, a deliberate erasure of the political history of AC. is that when the university has a story to tell about itself, it's often the one of the free speech movement. And even the free speech movement is situated around a certain kind of Mario Savio on police cars, campus culture, and it removes the kind of black liberation struggle that's been built by Ella Baker, Stokely Carmichael, and so many others that are teaching these kind of revolutionary tactics that get brought back to the campus. And then, of course, there's a whole removal of the relationship between the city of Oakland's segregation and the ways in which our students are trying to boycott and develop a relationship from the university to the city that the university does not want to have happen. So that's not a story we tell, and I likewise don't think we tell this story very well, because then it asks of our faculty a different kind of political work in the classroom, which is less multiculturalism, which is less diversity studies, and it's more the political possibilities of setting up a social justice classroom. And so in some ways, I'm just here to say, yes, we can do that work. It's actually written into the history, and we can think about how we might manifest that and how we show up in the room and what assignments we create. So I don't need to do this. This little video will start us off on this road. Some of you have seen this before, but I think it's worth bearing just 6 minutes of our lives around to have kind of a common vocabulary.
I want to start in thinking about American cultures and why it's so important to think back to that time, because there really is a very direct connection between the anti-apartheid movement and the birth of American cultures. And there was this spark ignited in South Africa when the government decided to allow so-called Indians and coloreds to participate in elections for the first time, a reform that they thought would ease some of the political pressure, but instead had the opposite effect and gave birth to the United Democratic Front and for the first time in many years, open political protest in the country. So once again, the government was forced or felt forced to respond with violence against these protests, which brought South Africa back on all the news. And so that then led to first longshore workers here in San Francisco refusing to unload cargo from a South African ship, led to TransAfrica starting a series of protests with the Congressional Black Caucus at the South African Embassy, and started a movement across the country that particularly took hold on college campuses, and Berkeley especially. To be associated with a movement that actually succeeded was really unusual, but still highly significant. And because of the momentum that we'd built and we were really feeling our oats, we said, well, now, if we could do that, we could do more. We can begin to dismantle some of the racial barriers here on the campus. And so we started thinking about the curriculum and looking at the faculty. And the fact was that although Berkeley had been one of the first campuses to create an ethnic studies program because of student protest, it had become a place where ethnic studies was totally marginalized and where there were very, very few faculty of color anywhere else at the university. And we said, this has got to be our issue. For those of us who were students on the campus, we've got to make sure that we desegregate the campus, desegregate the curriculum. Although it was a compromise that I think actually did something profoundly significant on the campus. Now, Ron Choi, who's played a critical role in this, and Troy Duster, a mentor of mine, also played a very important role, because what they did was they said, what we're going to do is create a requirement that can be offered anywhere on the campus. And we'll establish criteria that these courses need to meet, a comparative criteria. Right? So that you're not just learning about an experience, you're learning about multiple ethnic and cultural experiences in these courses. And we're going to give faculty resources to develop these courses, and we're going to bring faculty together to talk about their work, something that was unheard of at UC, that the faculty would actually talk about teaching. Right? You know, think about that.
We are proud of where American Cultures is today. This past year, American Cultures courses in engineering, peace and conflict studies, ethnic studies, legal studies, architecture, anthropology, and public health all worked with community organizations, building student and faculty research into the developing fights for environmental justice, prison abolition, indigenous movements, the fight for K-12 education, and the arts and social justice. As there have always been, there is a pressing urgency for our university to face the social cleavages of our society with the best of its skills at hand: great research, excellent teaching, and relevant and accountable public works.
I think different universities are experimenting with different models of engaged scholarship. But I think what's unique about the Berkeley approach is the twinning of American cultures and engaged scholarship. Because what it does is to make questions of race, class, gender, and other inequalities central to engaged scholarship. So the way I like to think about it is that engaged scholarship becomes a very intimate confrontation with those lived experiences of race, class, and gender.
I feel like with the community engaged scholarship, right, it makes it theoretical practical. And my critique of education is that we learn all these theories, we learn about all these people, but how is that addressing my day-to-day life? I don't believe that education or the knowledge that we're learning about is just for our brains and then we just go ahead and make a whole bunch of money. It's about like what can we do for our society and how can we help out those around us and the communities in which we come from. And I think community engaged scholarship does exactly that. And it makes like life for these people real. If you never lived this experience, the only way for you to really know about it is to actually be embedded and immersed in that experience. And that's what engaged scholarship does. In my opinion, that's what it does for me.
But I think in the final analysis, we're talking about teaching. We're talking about making it possible for our students to prepare for the 21st century by having the opportunity to participate in community engagement and to know firsthand what their issues are and not just take a second-hand or accept at face value what a particular textbook says or by some social scientist who was an expert in the area.
Little hints that Danette was laying out, give them a note card, ask them what has been their experience around terms, say what is diversity to them, what is race to them, what is justice to them, and then it really gets a really provocative conversation going. Something else that I was thinking of that you may know about is that just getting your students out during a summer course is really important, getting them out of the classroom. So the Third World Liberation Front archives are in Doe Library. It's amazing. I created a scavenger hunt for the last day of my own class this semester, and it was great fun. So just put 2% of grade towards a scavenger hunt in the TWLF archives, gather outside a Memorial Glade, and then you couple it with this film, and actually they start to ask really deep theoretical and often profound questions like, so why is it the American culture's requirement? Why that political landscape? Why that national boundary? And I think this generation in particular sees a limitation to the idea of having their graduation requirement around something that perhaps is it's not as meaningful or it's in question. So you can get them asking really interesting questions at once. And then of course, if you want to go down, we've weathered that Prop 209 colorblind post-racial framing that the university was going through, I think. But this video and the archives ask you the question of, so why an ethnic studies requirement? Why did that become this other thing? What is that compromise? What does ethnic studies require theoretically, intellectually, and historically? And why did we move to something called AC? So they start to see that their own education has been mapped for them by political compromises and political systems in some way, which again is a really interesting exercise for the classroom. So let me stop there a minute and we can just have a little bit of what pops up for you about this brief conversation or opportunities. Opportunities that teaching AC provides that maybe another class doesn't. Right?
Well, one of the things is
I've taught it twice, and the diversity of students is amazing. I mean, from disciplines I would never have come across before. So a lot of engineering students, sciences, math, but veterans, active military, several members of the rowing team. I mean, really, it's like it's in addition to the ethnic studies students that I would normally encounter, and bringing them together is a wonderful opportunity. And the thing about it is, during the semester, it's a big class, 90 or 100 students, which is difficult. In the summer, I see it as an advantage because it's a smaller group and 4 hours twice a week, so we can do a break. When we don't have normally a discussion session in the summer, we can break it out. So, you know, even though we're condensed a lot of material, we're actually chopping out chunks of material. It's an opportunity for the students to sit together and talk. So I think I'm looking forward to teaching this.
Well, in some ways, you've also named the unique character of an AC classroom, which is that you can have anybody from anywhere on campus at any moment of their life in that same room.
Yeah.
So the poli-sci senior with the ethnic studies freshman. And that means it's a very busy classroom. You're often having to logistically manage many different entry points into the work. And giving yourself a break, I think, and allowing them to self-assess along the way is really important. So I'll often ask them to quickly evaluate where they are. Just so that, and then give those cards back to me, and it can be anonymous. I think there's benefits and costs and benefits of anonymous and not. So that they're constantly being taught in some ways and trained to reflect on their own command of where they are because of that. But so AC courses have often been called busy and heavy, and the heavy is the emotional lift, because this is, and I can say now with so much experience with AC, and Karina maybe will back me up on this, is that it's often the one time where the student will come into a Berkeley classroom and go, okay, now you've told me I can actually have these politics in my hand, I can talk about them. In some ways they identify AC with the Berkeley experience. Whether that's just or not, I'm not sure. Whether that's something we should enjoy, I'm not sure. But the idea that, okay, now all these difficult topics are here, I'm going to address them. Even if your course is not about immigration and the idea of the wall, I could make that case that I should have a conversation. So being prepared and having some, I don't know how many people do this, but I often set an idea of community conversation up front. It's beyond those kind of legalistic instrumental pieces at the beginning that says you will not plagiarize, you will be respectful. It's like, what do we as a community want to do with each other? How do we want to show up with each other? And I think that then gives comfort for people. Having said that, I'm also on the fence with how the university is trying to train us around inclusivity and safety. I think they've become buzzwords in some ways that are flyby ways to protect the university for a certain kind of teaching environment. That's my own opinion. I'm very much driven by the work of Zeus Leonardo from the Graduate School of Education here, and he has a great paper on brave spaces. And the kind of takeaway argument of his piece is that the idea of safety and inclusivity has been written around a lot of white comfort. And so the idea of how we have conversations that are fraught but respectful, which are really developing a 360 optic on multiple frames of cultural interpretations, is going to require some difficulty, and we should embrace the difficulty and not run away from it. So I can share that paper with you if you like, because I think it actually, it's been very useful for me, and it's given me some, if I wanted to kind of confirm with my students why I have a certain approach and it's not this one of trigger warnings, then I can share it with them. There's also a couple of articles I have been using on safety and trigger that have been drawn from Robin D.G. Kelly. And Robin D.G. Kelly is a professor of history at UCLA. And another piece of his called Black Study, Black Struggle. And it's about how do we really think about students being their own authors of their relationships to the university, and maybe giving them the opportunity to really think about what kind of education they want here. So, you know, AC is an opportunity to have the big conversations about who are you as a student, what do you expect from the university, how do you show up, How do you understand kind of the history that's already been made for you to be here in this space? So it's a big green light, and lots of students take that opportunity to say, okay, let's have these difficult conversations. So Karina, do you have any, advice for some of these difficult conversations, or the AC classroom itself?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a wonderful opportunity to have that green light. And students will show up and participate in ways that often they don't even expect, as long as we provide them support structure to do that. And I think this concept of brave space particularly is helpful to share with students. I've seen a couple of people start sort of excerpting even this particular article and sharing that.
Yeah.
Just to because sometimes students don't even have a vocabulary for talking about these difficult issues, and to not only give them access to that vocabulary, but also to let them know that it's going to be a process of grappling. That was the big word that my students kept using over and over and over. It became like the buzzword for our class this semester.
Yeah,
grappling.
Yeah. I often use the phrase like productive antagonisms. Like, can we train our students to be in that space where the rub is what they expect, right? And that rub is where the great work and the emotional work will happen. A faculty member that I was just meeting with before I came in here said that what she's seen over the last few years in her AC classroom is just AC classrooms are a camera on the larger trends across campus, in that they're very sharp and exacerbated because there's a lot of stress and anxiety in the AC class because of its requirement nature, but also because of its multifaceted discipline that shows up. So for many reasons, it just exacerbates everything. So that camera for her has shown her that students have become legalistic in their relationship to the class, that they want a checklist and they want you to be in contract with them. And so if we walk in knowing that in some ways that's one of the challenges of the university writ large, is this, this transactional, give me what I need to get the A, and then, post everything on B courses, and I want this evaluation straight away, and I want track changes, and then using this as an opportunity in summer to, move out of that mode of learning and say, well, what are you bringing to the table that you've not been able to express in your learning so far? How do you assess how you actually are evaluating the information around you? And to hold open the opportunities to be more creative rather than formulaic. And that is maybe the benefit of summer, is that you can do things that are just out of the normal scheme of things. Some also nuts and bolts, we have a bit of money. So if you want a field trip, we have some stipends. We really encourage people to not just invite guest lecturers, but to reward guest speakers and to honor the expertise that they bring to the classroom. So we've often been able to issue a certificate for somebody who's a guest lecturer in recognizing their contributions to the classroom, which means a lot for an organization to take something back to their leadership perhaps and say, Berkeley really does honor what I do. And then we have honoraria funds of $150 per speaker. So please do, it's a rolling application. There's a course development grant on the website. You can just apply for it whenever you want to.
If we want to do a field trip or something like that, we find that in the same space.
So what's very interesting right now is that because the ACES program, the American Cultures Engaged Scholarship Program, that's one of those kind of depth charges into the AC requirement where we've tried to really honor those promises of the early curriculum and return to community really and benefit from those community university partnerships. But what's also been happening is it's raising some of the legal flags on campus about the legal stipulations of asking students to do things. Right. And so if you are going to think about doing a field trip, talk with us, because there are some waivers that you might want to use for your students, and also there's a way of framing it so that if it's not a requirement but it's an opportunity, then legally you're not responsible in some ways that you would be if you made it a non-requirement. Yeah. Let's see, this was something I mentioned quickly, the Multimedia Teaching and Learning Initiative grant. There's a CLIPS library that you could borrow from that other faculty in the AC curriculum have been developing. It's really useful because you can embed them in PowerPoint. So for those of us who are of a certain generation, the students get very frustrated. I don't know if you're finding this, Ray, with media in your classroom, as you are our media guru, but if it's not there and it's not on, they're like, oh, come on. So what's nice about these media clips is you can just plug them into a PowerPoint and they're ready to go. But more than that, they've already been identified intellectually by other faculty in conversation with them. Yeah. We also have small grants for this. So if you are maybe in session D and you have some time to plan for your course, we have $500 grants that are used. You get them once you've produced, I think, is it 10 media pieces, Doug? Because we're trying to incentivize faculty to contribute to this library of clips.
Yeah, I don't know if there was an exact number. I think it was at least 5.
Yeah, and Giselle Tanase in the library, she's the one who walks you through it. So you're not on your own, and it's a really valuable skill to develop. This is also really interesting. Here, the Teaching in Troubled Times workshop series. Could you click on that? Thanks, Doug. So we've been hosting a series of conversations that are really trying to figure out what's coming and pressing into the classroom and how to prepare faculty around each one. You'll see there's tons here. Most of these topics are filled out in terms of teaching resources. So a good one where's the ICE one? Oh, here. What to do if ICE comes to campus, rights, recommendations, and resources. There are a set of advice forms in here about what your responsibility is, what you might want to do, what other faculty have found very useful, and unfortunately, that's not something that's going out of fashion. So this is the rights approach that the UC system have developed. Hopefully nothing like that will happen in the summer to you, but it's better to be prepared.
Has that happened on campus?
There have been occasions where Homeland Security has been on campus and it's frightened the students to death. And so the students have actively asked the faculty, what do I do, what's my responsibility? So it's not that they have not showed up to a classroom, but they have been present in a way where the students need the faculty to inform them.
That did come up last year before with Milo Yiannopoulos.
Yeah.
And it just sent a chill.
It did. Yeah.
No, I spotted them.
You did, didn't you? I remember that,
I called the team right away.
Yeah.
So it was a reactive.
Yeah. This is something very easy to print out for your students too, the Know Your Rights list here. Could you go back again, Doug, to the Teaching in Troubled Times? This was a fantastic conversation, the Squeeze on All Sides one, economic pressures. So if you haven't put this in your syllabus yet, it's good to be able to showcase for students where the food pantry is, how if they've not thought about kind of their food needs and necessities, how they may assess what they actually need. There was also a really good video, I think. Javon Scott Lewis talks about how he thinks about students who are working and have commitments to the classroom. So what does it mean to create mandatory attendance when somebody might need flexibility? How does that show up for students in the classroom? I thought he really thoughtfully outlined that. So we have information up here from the Basic Needs Security Committee too. Oh, this one, sick and tired of being sick and tired, dealing with toxic stresses on the campus in our classroom. A whole variety of faculty talk about how to recognize anxiety, how to recognize stress in our students, having a conversation about that. How do you broach it? How do you not make students feel like they're traumatized if they're not traumatized? So yeah, again, there's a whole set of resources up there that I think in AC classrooms in particular, we're just mindful of, hopefully all faculty are. But it's again, in some ways, setting a standard for students to move through the campus in a way that's kind of nourishing and generous and supportive. Two other things that a couple of you are involved with. So the Community Engaged Scholarship Program, when you're outside of summer sessions, it's too short a semester to do anything other than honor community and bring those assets into the classroom or visit with field trips and start to break the walls of the campus. That's definitely, I think, a step into the community engaged learning space. But there are two other spaces that we are developing that you may want to take advantage of, maybe not in the summer, but planning for next summer because it's a bit too late right now. One is called the Adobe Fellows Program, and we just got another gift from the campus to let me step back. So every student pays for access to the Adobe Creative Cloud. They tax themselves each year, but the students are just using it very ad hoc. We're not really using it to think about how they may show up in the classroom. So Karina's actually in our first cohort, and we've been supporting faculty to develop tools, to develop really great assignments in the classroom. Karina's got some great assignments in the classroom. And that, again, philosophically really is about how does that digital expression, that narrative work, that creative storytelling, move the work out into the world in a way that can also have broader public impact, but also can enable students who may be finding their voice in the classroom to truly share their voice. So the Adobe Fellows Program at Berkeley will now be sending out its next RFP while you're actually in summer session, so you'll be able to apply for it if you want to do that kind of work. And then the third kind of curriculum innovation we're up to right now is called data justice. So we're working with data science on campus to develop data modules that are built in the context of AC thinking. Yeah, we're out of time. It's past 4 o'clock. No, I've got to go too. We're all finished. Oh, little person. But I'm around if people want questions answering.
How do we use the Adobe Fellowship?
The RFP is going to come out in about 3 weeks' time, and you'll be able to apply for the next cohort. Yeah. It's quite. You should see some of the if you've seen some of the installations around campus right now of students who were interned during World War II, those are coming out of the Adobe Fellows Program. So there's some incredible stuff just popping out of students' ideas. Yeah.
Sometimes when you're teaching in an AC environment, you really need to let students sit in their uncomfortability.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
I do a lot of think, pair, share. I don't know if that there's a phrase people know, think, pair, share, which is that you've asked of them something which is provocative or disruptive of their thinking. Just sit with it for a minute. You know how John and Danette were saying less is more, so close reading rather than just covering tons of text. It's like to really sit and take seriously a thought and then pair with somebody next to them and share out those thinkings. And I think that's normally a way to get people to break out of the cage that they've thought, no, I think one thing and this is difficult for me, and you're asking me a hard question, but to honor the time that it takes for that to sink in and then start to figure out how they're going to express it with somebody next to them and then bring it back to the class.
Okay.
Yeah. There's no magic solution to 6 weeks of intense work across multiple cultural experiences, centered hopefully in a racial justice lens, with the idea often that students are like, now you told me all these problems, what the hell am I going to do, right? Like, give me something. Yeah. So honoring those frustrations is really important too. Yeah.
About
Racy tomorrow.
University environment. About any guidelines or best practices or experiences in regards to personal disclosure or sharing of one's personal engagement in politics and social engagement. Within not just
right.
sort of, within the context of classroom discussions and topics.
You mean whether you should greenlight that disclosure, or whether you should be very mindful of the parameters around it?
Yeah.
Of course. And Danette and John were also talking about these kind of autobiographical relationships to the material and how useful that is. But that sense of it's a fraught moment to voice one's political opinion in a classroom. And moderating that as well as you can is very difficult. Right now I'm always monitored, but there's a group called Turning Point Foundation. They're in my classes, and they, so I often have not had to do a thing about mitigating any political sharpness because the students do it for me. And the last class where I had some pretty ferocious questioning about the politics that they thought I was advocating for, the students basically love this student to death. They're like, what's the confusion? Where are you coming from? And it was, I did nothing. I can't say I did. I didn't set up the students to have that behavior, but maybe it's that I gave them permission through I'm very respectful of them, that they decided to turn to the student and have that conversation themselves. I would say that for those of us who are female identified, that I'm finding that there's a schism that feels wider for me in terms of gender bias in teaching right now, a lot of questioning of authority. And I don't know if that's universal. I've heard it from quite a few female identified friends on campus, but just to note that it's out there, and it's probably also part of the political atmosphere. Yes, but I'm around most of the summer if you want to contact me, if you want to just sit down and have a chat about assignments you've decided on or thoughts you have. Don't feel alone. If you want one of us to come into your classroom and have the conversation on YAC, the history of it, we're more than willing to do that. Sometimes that can help buffer you. Yeah. Right, well thanks, this has been fun. Yay! Yay.